Where'd you buy that?
My jetpack?
Yeah.
I bought it from Home Depot.
What'd you put on?
A jetpack on.
Love it. Thanks. Okay, I'm not sure why I don't show. Let's see here. And there I am. I have a backup on my phone that I don't seem to be able to mute. Hopefully you can't hear it. So let me turn on recording. Well, there it is. They keep moving everything. There we go. Okay. Welcome everyone to the Holistic Transformation Summit. The talk today will be about staying whole in an accelerating and fragmented world, which you may have noticed already how crazy it is. Just a little bit of logistics. There's actually 19 countries, different countries that signed up, mostly US, some Canada, Australia, Botswana, some South America, other European countries, Guatemala, India, Mongolia, let's see, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, and United Arab Emirates, just to name a few. So I really appreciate all of you for coming. Now, some of you are on YouTube because you registered for free. In the past, I did have even the free people in Zoom, but now I have enough VIPs that I just have the free people on YouTube. So we'll go through the summit, and at the end, we will have a Q&A, but that will only be for the VIPs. We do start at 9, and I know some people were having trouble finding the link. I sent it out yesterday and twice today. So I did respond to people and I put it in their messenger. So hopefully everybody can find us. So let me go ahead and do a share screen. Let me see here. Share screen. Zoom keeps moving things around. It used to be a big button, orange button at the bottom, and it's not anymore. So let me go back into present. Okay, there we go. All right. So if you have any questions, put them in chat, and at the end, we'll go through them. So a little about the summit. Let's see, this is completely in the way. There we go. So this is sort of our agenda. I'll talk a little bit about the summit. I will be recording it, and the individual talks will be available in the app for the VIPs so that you can watch it later. If you're watching on YouTube, you can still buy a VIP ticket if you like, and you will have access then to the recordings later. And I put that link in the YouTube chat if you want it. Otherwise, you must watch it live. The VIPs can watch replay, and a lot of people sign up for VIP because they can't be here live. But on YouTube, you need to watch it live because I do turn it off when the summit ends. So we're going to go through staying whole in a time of acceleration. What does that mean? Where are we? We'll talk a little about soul purposes, and it's a living process. It's not a fixed thing. Then we'll talk about staying centered in chaotic times. That will be Christine Breeze. It is pre-recorded. She lives in Ecuador, and we sometimes have internet issues connecting. when she and I recorded it, even my computer went down. There's been lots of tech issues happening this month. I don't know if you guys got bit by it, but we sure did. So she is pre-recorded. Then we'll do a little bit about technology. We're Pluto in Aquarius for the next 18 years. We're going to have a lot of tech stuff. And the biggest thing everybody's talking about is AI, artificial intelligence, and how it is affecting the human nervous system. And then we'll talk about growing at your own pace through rapid change. And then we'll talk about integration. We'll do a quick meditation. And then with the VIPs, we'll do Q&A. Part of the Q&A will be recorded, and then I'll turn the recording off because I know some people would rather not type their question in chat, but actually ask the question. But when we do that, I won't record it so that you can feel comfortable being live asking your question. Okay. So staying whole in a time of acceleration, that's this part of the talk. Acceleration is neurological. In other words, it affects our nervous system, our brain, our peripheral nervous system, which is, our ability to feel and sense things. And that includes our muscles, our movements, every aspect of our nervous system. It also affects our sympathetic versus parasympathetic nervous system. So sympathetic is fight or flight, and parasympathetic is when you're calm. And the vagus nerve, which runs from the brain down to all your organs, turns on sympathetic. So if you listen to my podcasts last year, quite a few of them, especially the last few months, were all about how to turn off the vagus nerve so that you got into parasympathetic. Because when you're in fight or flight mode, your digestion is turned off and your blood pressure goes up, your heart rate goes up. And that is not a state you want to stay in. And going into the future with the current energies we're in right now, it is very important to be in parasympathetic as much as possible. So many people can sense something is shifting. I've been feeling this. I'm very sensitive to these energies. I've been feeling it for a long time. It hit really bad in 2024. It kept intensifying for me in 2025. And in November, halfway through November of 2025, I said, I can't go forward. So I pre-recorded the rest of November and all my December podcasts, and I just shut down. That's why you didn't hear from me. I did a podcast in January about it. I think it was January. And I said, I have to completely change my business, how I'm doing things. And because it hit me ahead of time, for some of you, it may only just now be hitting, or you were sensing something, but you weren't sure what it is. And this is what it is. We can no longer keep going the way we have been. Things have become so chaotic, and I call it noise a lot of times. A lot of people say, oh, these are ascension symptoms, and you've got ringing in the ears, and you're sensitive to sound. That's not just ascension, that's the chaos that we're in right now, because in 2023, finishing in early 2024, all of the outer planets, including Saturn and Jupiter, which are considered inner planets, but they're big and move slowly, changed signs within a year of each other. Sometime, I think it was like within 9 months of each other, including Pluto. This was a major impact for people because the outer planets affect everyone on Earth. It affects the plants, the animals, the people. It affects the Earth itself. Then in 2020, late 2024, early 25, they all went retrograde. Then and what that means is if whatever you haven't done while that planet was there, you get to finish up. So first we had this whole new energy, then we went back, and now we're going forward again, and everything is shifting. and it's affecting our nervous system. And on April 30th, Uranus, that controls the nervous system, moves into Gemini. And it will be trining Pluto in Aquarius. They're both air signs. So this month, I'm focusing on where are we? How do we get through this month? And we'll talk more about April and May and how I'm going to be supporting you there, because this energy shifts is not going to get calm. It's going to intensify over the next 2026, 2027. So it's really important to know how we deal with this energy to keep ourselves healthy. So the pace feels faster, time feels like it's speeding up. It's been a little bit crazier, so it's really important to slow your own pace. Emotional responses feel amplified. You may find yourself going up and down. You feel fine, and all of a sudden you're just like crazy. Some of that is the social media and other things. I have to be careful what I say because we're on YouTube. But I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Especially, if you noticed what happened when Mars was in Cancer, I didn't even want to drive because there was so much road rage at the time. And so it's not necessarily road rage right now because Mars is no longer in Cancer, but the emotions for most people right now will not be stable, including our own. It's something we'll have to be mindful of. Where are we? How am I feeling? And we're going to talk more about that throughout the summit. Fatigue is another big one. You'll hear people talking about all the time that's a sign of ascension. And what I'm suggesting is it's just a sign of the energies that we're in right now. And it'll show up when nothing dramatic has happened. It's just all of a sudden your emotions change. All of a sudden you're tired. Maybe one day you're just, yeah, this is a good day. And then the next day you don't even want to get out of bed. What happened? There's nothing wrong. I'm just exhausted. And that's part of these energy shifts and the times that are happening for us right now. So it's not about fear. And there's a lot of fear out there. Fear damages your kidneys. So you don't want to be in a state of fear. What it's about is we need to adapt. And we need to find ways to stay whole through the change. And we're going to talk about how to do that on this summit. And staying whole has a number of aspects to it, and adaptation will depend on you. We're all different. We have unique fingerprints, so everyone on Earth is unique, and you're all important, and your energy is important, and how you adapt. There are certain baseline things that we'll go through today that we all need to do, but you may need additional things. You may need additional changes, adaptations. It depends on which house. If you know anything about astrology, there's planets, luminaries, which is sun and moon. There's signs, things like Aquarius and Gemini. And then there's the house. You have to know your birth time to get the house. For me, it was my 10th house, which is your house of business. Saturn and Neptune went into Aries, which is my 10th house. And what happened? I had to completely redesign my business. I'm now doing podcasts once a month instead of every week. And we'll get into more of that later. I have slides on it later. We'll talk more about it, what I had to do in order for me to adapt and stay whole and move at a pace that works for me. I had to slow down, and I had to honor the fact that I just can't go at the pace I was going at before. And so again, it's going to affect you based on your own personal astrology, so it'll vary for everybody. Okay. Signals and signs of your system being an overload. When I say system, I'm talking about your nervous system. And as I mentioned earlier, your nervous system health affects your muscles, It affects your senses. It affects your emotions. So it affects every aspect of who you are. If you're an emotional eater, you might be overeating, especially with Jupiter in Cancer. People tend to overeat. If it's, let's see, Aries. If it's in Aries, you might be very, very volatile. So if you have a lot of Aries placements, especially sun or rising sign, so depending on your sign, it's going to affect you a little bit different. But we have so much information coming at us. Here I have information density is what I said. There's so many different forms of social media now. I don't even have Facebook on my phone. Okay, I took it off 2 years ago. I don't do a lot of social media. I'm on LinkedIn, and I think once a day I go to Facebook, but my family uses Messenger. So I have Messenger on my phone, but you don't see me swiping all the time. I don't do that. But that's what I see a lot of people doing. You'll see people going to dinner and they have their phone with them at dinner. When I eat, I don't bring my phone with me. My phone lives on my desk. If I walk the dogs or work in the garden, I don't have my phone with me. I don't sleep with my phone in my room, but a lot of people do. So we've got so much information coming at you, and it started in the 90s with the World Wide Web. And it has gotten to the point now where it's insane. And I saw this, what was it? What do you call it? A questionnaire? And they said, "Do you do any of these social media areas?" And there must have been 30, at least 30 different types of social media. I'd never even heard of most of them. So for some of you, especially younger generation, they're using different, I think Facebook is oriented towards the older. Wow. I hope you can't hear that. There's a helicopter flying over my house and it's causing things to rattle. I hope you didn't hear all that. Anyway, he's now moving away. Okay, so information density and shortened attention spans. Last year when I taught my Wuxian program, I was going to teach it as each module as a 2-day class once a month, and they couldn't do it. So we had to break it up. So going forward, I'm still in the process of breaking up the Wuxian and the essential oils, and they're going to be 30 to 45 minutes at the most, because I find people can't handle anything longer than that. So that's why all of these talks will be 30 to 45 minutes. And so when you want to watch the replay, you don't have to sit there and watch the whole thing at once. Everything will be broken up into manageable pieces, because people's attention, my YouTube podcast, a lot of people were watching 5-10 minutes. They weren't even watching the whole thing. But when I talk to people who follow me regularly, they say, "Oh, I love your podcast. I want to see the whole thing." So that's why I'm just going to put shorts on YouTube, and the whole YouTube will be in my app. Then I won't have to worry about being banned or kicked off or getting dings from YouTube because I said something I shouldn't have. And you can watch at whatever pace you're comfortable with, and they'll be 30 to 45 minutes maximum. That way I can still give my audience what I want and not have to deal with YouTube. So that's what I've done for the shortened attention cycles. What do you need to do? And we're going to talk a little bit more about that, but you need to look at what is your attention cycle. And if you're spending a lot of time swiping on your phone or on your computer or wherever you swipe, or just jumping from one thing to another, you're being affected. I've seen research that says when people quickly jump from one thing to another, it destroys their ability to focus. So you're actually hurting yourself when you don't actually focus on something. And I know for us women, that's hard because we're multitaskers. Most men, I mean, I'm using this generically, some men are different, some women are different, but most women are really good at multitasking because we've had to raise children and work and clean and do everything. And men tend to, in the olden days, focus on waiting for that deer to show up so they could catch the food for the family. So we kind of generated ourselves as humans a little differently. Of course, that changes over time, but when we jump from one thing to another with too much information, it causes cognitive stimulation. So that's our brain being overstimulated. The brain is like our CPU of our body. It's now going to affect the rest of the nervous system through the vagus nerve going down. And now our whole body is affected. Our digestion is affected. Our organs are affected. Our blood pressure goes up. The heart rate goes up. The glands are not producing properly, and on and on. Then we create emotional contagion through digital systems. So we are being affected not only by this overstimulation, excess of information, too much fear. There's so much fear mongering. There's so much clickbait. And a lot of people today are posting the same things because everybody's using AI, which is why we'll talk about AI later. So you're hearing the same things over and over from different channels. And that's going to, repetition will integrate that information into your head, even when it's not true. So this is affecting you. And then there's the EMF issues. So it's not just the digital information coming at us, but the EMF toxicity through Wi-Fi, through our phones. I have a friend she's a naturopathic doctor. She literally turns her Wi-Fi off at night. I've tried that, but I have an alarm system and a doorbell that run off of the Wi-Fi. So I found, I have to reprogram everything every day. So I don't turn my Wi-Fi off, but I do close my door and I don't keep my phone in my room. So whatever you need to do to cut down on your EMF and not sit in front of a computer all day, take a time out, and get away from all of that toxin. It's toxic. Okay, I'm sorry, I have people coming and going all the time. All right, so signals that you are in system overload. The nervous system evolved for cyclical stress and then recovery. In other words, you're out hunting, here comes a tiger, you need to run, and then you get away from the tiger and you go back home and you rest. That's not what's happening today. We didn't evolve for constant stimulation, but we are in constant stimulation. So the only way you can not be in constant stimulation is to take a break. And some of us are really bad about taking a break. I raise my hand. I'm one of those people that likes to push through. Oh, I'm almost done. I just have to finish this one thing. And I just keep going. Oh, there's just one more thing. Oh, there's just one more thing. And we're in the kind of a world where, especially if you work in corporate America or you're an entrepreneur, and if you don't do it, it doesn't happen. We tend to push through. We tend to, I just got a text or I gotta check my email. So you're in the middle of something, you're checking your email. Okay, I gotta go finish this. And so you're just jumping around, going back and forth, jumping from topic to topic. You're not focused and you're constantly stimulated. Is it any wonder that so many people have high blood pressure? That is just not healthy. So we need periods of integration. So this acceleration is processed in the body. So you might say, okay, I'm just going to I'm going to stop for a minute. It's clear in my mind, but it hasn't caught up in your body because the vagus nerve is still turned on. And as long as your vagus nerve is turned on, you're still in sympathetic mode. You're not in parasympathetic. And if you want to know how to turn the vagus nerve on, I probably did 15 podcasts on that all last year because it was one of those years where it was like on constantly. Um, so common signs of overload. Irritability, I talked about that earlier, where your emotions are up and down. Fatigue without a clear cause. We talked about that earlier. Difficulty focusing. We've been talking about that. Increased startle response. So that's when someone walks up and you just go, oh, some people are more susceptible to that than others. But if you find yourself just sort of jumping or being startled, that's another symptom. Emotionally reactive, you're being triggered easier. Maybe you rarely get triggered and all of a sudden everything seems to trigger you. Or if you've always been triggered by certain topics, now there's more that triggers you. I know there's a lot of videos out there with people that are so triggered, it's just crazy. I saw this comedian, she was pretty funny. I can't repeat her dialogue because I'm not a very funny person. But she had a heckler in the audience, and the heckler says, "What you just said offended me." And her response, which was funny because of her dialogue that built up to it, she said, "You are responsible if you're offended, not me." And that's something that we need to pay attention to with emotional reactivity. Are we reacting to someone that has, T syndrome or M syndrome, or those people are crazy? There's just so much people calling each other names. I'm going to use coded things. You'll have to read between the lines to figure out what I mean since we're on YouTube. And you may need to withdraw, but you may withdraw completely and not know how to come back. So if that's happening, that's a sign of symptom overload because I don't know what to do with all this, and you just completely shut down. So these are not character flaws, they're signs of dysregulation. So when you notice these in yourself, you know you need to do something to re-regulate yourself. You need to get out of sympathetic and into parasympathetic. And it may not be as simple. Last year I was saying, oh, use lavender or rescue remedy. I keep them on my desk here because I can use them. That may not be strong enough. You may need more techniques in order to help yourself. So adaptation versus collapse, that's your choice. You either adapt or collapse. Those are the two responses to acceleration. And that's what I was talking about on the previous slide with the withdrawal. That's collapse. So for adaptation, it's conscious regulation. I will figure out what I need to do for my body to regulate, because we're talking about not the mental regulation, the physical nervous system regulation, which takes longer. So you can do a 10-minute meditation and okay, mentally I'm calm, I feel good, but the body hasn't caught up yet. You need to have really, really clear boundaries. This is going to become more important. A lot of times, especially certain personality types, they don't have clear boundaries because, oh, if I say something, they may not like me or that might upset them. No, it doesn't matter if you're upsetting somebody. If you need clear boundaries, you need to set them. Emotional boundaries, mental boundaries, physical boundaries, these are all going to be very important for all of us to maintain. And then intentional pacing. And we're going to talk more about that, but intentional pacing means you are going to say, I need a timeout. I've been on the computer for an hour. I need an hour away from the computer. I've been doing this for, every week and it's stressing me out, like I did with the podcast. I says, I'm going to do one a month instead of one a week. Okay. You need to address what it is for you energetically that is causing you to get into a stress state and not get out of it, or not easily get out of it, or you find yourself withdrawing, or you can't pace yourself, whatever it is. The alternative is collapse. If you don't take care of yourself, if you don't have clear boundaries, if you don't pace yourself, if you don't allow your body to catch up neurologically, you will collapse, okay? Which is basically what happened to me last year. I just said, this is it. I can't do this. And I needed a timeout. So you will do avoidance, you will over consume input. In other words, you'll swipe on your phone or whatever social media you do, you will get worse at it. You'll do it even more. You'll do it while you eat. You'll do it before going to bed. I mean, why would you do that before you go to bed, right? You want to clear your mind and go to bed clean. What's the first thing you do when you wake up? Do you grab your phone and start swiping? These are things that you need to pay attention to because they've started happening, and I don't think people are even aware of it. And the younger people are, the worse it seems to be. I know I have friends that are older, and I don't have very many friends older than me because I'm just so you know, I'll be 80 this year. So I've been there, done that. What most of you go through, I've already been through. So trust me. Things have changed, and the young people today don't even know how to connect anymore. They've spent too much time on their phone. And what I'm saying is, I don't want you to do that either. Don't spend too much time on your phone, because it's going to lead to this overstimulation of input, which leads to numbness. All of a sudden, it's like, okay, it's another one. Okay, yeah. And you can't even feel anything anymore. Which kills your compassion because you can't feel anymore. And it creates chronic stress. Chronic stress causes health issues. It starts with the emotions and the mind. That's why I always say soul, mind, body. Most people say body, mind, spirit. Some people don't believe in a soul. If you don't, then you can say spirit, mind, body. But I always say start at the top, because that clears first, the spirit, the soul, then your mind, those are your thoughts, then your emotions. And if you don't clear those three, you will get sick, okay? It's that simple. It starts here, 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 then you get sick. And so when you're under chronic stress, this is out of alignment, this is out of alignment, this is out of alignment, you will get sick. And what's happening today, every day I hear about someone else that has cancer. Cancer has become rampant. Now, there are some other conditions that are happening, but they're not because of stress, but because of other things that are going on. But the number one thing that I'm seeing right now is cancer. But stress will affect each of us differently. It depends on the weakest part of our body. For me, based on my astrology, it's my digestive system, and that's always what breaks first. But eventually, I did get cancer back in the 90s. So eventually, if you don't deal with whatever those stressors are, you will get cancer. For some people, it'll start with the lungs. You're constantly getting the flu or coughing. For some people, it'll be the kidneys. So it's going to be different for everybody, but when you're in fight or flight or sympathetic mode constantly, you will get sick. And as a holistic health practitioner, I'm a licensed acupuncture. I'm very interested in getting people and helping them stay healthy. This is really important. So growth requires structured integration, not collapse. So when you collapse, you're not growing, you're regressing. So let's talk some more about what can we do. So I wanted to define what integration is. So if you went through on the Holistic Transformation Summit page, if you went through the agenda, you notice there was after each talk, it said integration. Then there was a talk of integration. There was integration. So I've never done this at a summit before, but we need this. So this summit is going to show you what I'm telling you you need to do in order to be healthy with the energy coming up, especially for the next 8 years, but particularly 2026, 2027. So integration is the pause that allows new information to proceed and stabilize. So instead of getting the same thing over and over from all these different points of however you're getting them, you limit it and you just say, okay, I got this. You stop, you integrate it, you stabilize before you go back for more. Okay, does that make sense? You get the information, you stop, you integrate it, you go back for more. Otherwise, you're just being bombarded constantly and it will shut you down. Without pause, the system accumulates stimulation, but does not consolidate learning, which is why when I tried to teach, excuse me, when I tried to teach classes that went on all day, and I used to do summits, it would be several days in a row. I don't even do that anymore. People can't sit still that long. So now I'm doing half-day summits. I was doing 2-day summits. I had 5-day summits, and I cut them down to 4-day and then 2-day. Now I'm doing 1-day, and then now I'm doing half-day. Last 2 summits were only half-day because people just can't sit still that long. They can't get the time because they're just too stimulated. So you have to stop and process. So if I want to teach you something and you can't sit there all day and listen, you're wasting your time because you're not going to integrate the information. So you need to take those pauses to integrate what you just heard before you move on to the next topic or subject. So stimulation accumulates, but it does not consolidate the learning. And memorization is not learning. And most schools today, that's all you do is you memorize. I'm old enough that when I went to school, they taught us critical thinking and how to analyze things. They don't teach that anymore. All you get is memorize. I read this Harvard Business Review article on some research they did. I read this back in the 80s, I think. And they said when they studied graduates, they were lucky if they remembered 10% of what they learned in school. 10%, that's all you remember. And that's because you didn't integrate the learning. So for this summit, we're going to do an integration period for each talk. So here's a guide to a brief reset. Slow the breath in for 4 seconds. Slow the breath out for 6. So that means notice your breath and just take and exhale. And that 4 in and the 6 out is, you don't use a stopwatch, it's count and it's your count. Some people can hold their breath a long time, some people can't. So it's in for 4, out for 6, whatever works for you. But make sure you're doing those deep belly breaths or kidney breaths, whatever you call them, and your shoulders aren't going up. If your shoulders are going up or you're shallow breathing, you're in stress mode. And if you're an air sign, the air signs are Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius. You tend to be shallow breathers. So especially for those air sign folks, if your sun, moon, or ascendant is an air sign, you need to particularly pay attention to that. If you're an earth sign, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, you're probably a little more grounded most of the time, but it varies. Depends on how much earth you have in your chart. So just notice these things about yourself. Soften your eyes. Just give your eyes a break, because when you're looking at your phone all day, looking at your computer all day, this is really hard on your eyes. So just allow your eyes to soften. You can close them if you want to, but you don't have to. While you do those breaths in, breaths out, and just notice, where are you in space? Are you sitting? Are you standing? Can you feel the chair? Sometimes when we become detached, we actually stop feeling our environment. We stop feeling where we're positioned. We stop feeling, can we feel our butt and the chair that we're sitting on? Or can we feel our shoes? Can we feel what we're standing on? These aspects of ourselves can actually go away when we withdraw. So tuning into that helps us reconnect with our body, helps us stay grounded. So some things you can say to yourself This is how we stay steady within acceleration without strain. Or you can say, this is how I stay steady within acceleration without strain. We don't think our way through acceleration. So you can say, I don't think my way through acceleration. In other words, you can't think yourself out of this. The mind has already said, okay, I heard that. Aha, I got it. But your nervous system has not recorded that in the body. We regulate our way through it. So regulation is that pause, is that, who am I? Am I breathing properly? Am I grounded? Where am I? Can I feel my body? So that you can reintegrate what you're going through in the moment. So this is our integration break. So go ahead and put your comments and questions in chat, both on YouTube and on Zoom. And I'll check questions in chat on YouTube, but for the Zoom folks, we'll do this at the end of the summit. Do some stretching if you need to. If you need to stand up and walk around your chair or just move, because we've been going for 45 minutes. I keep this at my desk. It's a strap. So I will just sometimes, if I'm working, I will just, sorry, my hair is getting caught on the strap. I'll just go like this and, whatever I need to do. So you don't have to even move sometimes. You can just do your little workout right at your desk. You can grab some water. I always like to grab water, otherwise I lose my voice when I'm talking. Now I use blue bottles because I make Ho'oponopono water. And I have hydrogenated Ho'oponopono water and I keep it in blue bottles. My sister-in-law hates that. She thinks I should use a glass. I figure I'll just reuse the bottle. And take a bio break. And I can see on Zoom a number of people are taking a bio break. Good job. So let me just do a quick stop share. And I'm going to look at YouTube real quick and see if we have any comments. Let's see here. Where's my YouTube channel? Comments. Nope. We don't have any comments on YouTube. All right, so let's go back and let's see here. I need to stop record. And then we need to start again. That makes it easier. Word settings. What is going on? Here we go. Record to the cloud. Okay. So this is the next part. Let me do a share screen. Oh, wait a minute. It looks like we have, wait, before I do a share screen, let me just double check this really quick. Okay, it said there was something, but there's nothing there. I don't know what that was about. Okay, share screen. Let's go back to Canva. And okay, so now we're going to talk about your soul purpose as a living process. Now, when I was really young, I knew I was here for something, but I didn't know what it was, and I was really lost. And I thought I was not living my soul process when I woke up in the 90s. Long story, we won't go into it. I've been interviewed many times, talked about it on podcasts, so we don't need to talk about it here. But when I woke up, I had an experience where I knew my podcast, my soul purpose and why I was here. I knew it instantly. And I thought it was vague. I didn't know how. And I thought that everything I had done up until then, that I was off my path, that I wasn't living my purpose and I needed to straighten myself out. But over time, I've learned your sole purpose is not binary. It's not black or white. It's not, you will do this. It's a process and it evolves over time. And then when you look back, you go, oh, I did this. And now that is helping me with this. And so I'm old enough and have lived long enough that I can look back and say, oh, I wasn't wasting my time, even though I thought I was. Look at how it's helped me through the years. And so what I'm suggesting is to think about your sole purpose as becoming more and more sophisticated, more evolved. And it's going to become even more evolved over the next 2 years, which is why you need to be grounded and integrate your nervous system and not worry about the fact that things are changing, because they're going to change and they're going to change big time. So your purpose, your sole purpose is not a fixed job title. So it's not, I'm here because I'm supposed to do this. No, you're here to use your energy by just being. Some of us are called to teach and write, which is in my astrology chart. I'm here to teach and write. Some of you are not here to teach and write. Some of you might be here to coach, to be a healer. Some of you are here to work in technology. Some of you are here to just answer the phone. Some of you might be here to collect garbage. I don't know. Each of us is here to contribute in our own way, just having our family, being part of a family, having our friends, being part of that circle, having our whatever belief system you associate with, whatever country you happen to live in, whatever culture you're in. That's all part of your process. There is no right or wrong. It evolves across the seasons, the ages. I would say look at your life in terms of decades, the first 20 years. And then you become in your 20s, you're considered adult, but actually the brain is still evolving until you hit at least 25. And now some people are saying 28, 29 before your brain is through evolving. So until you're in your 30s, you're still basically a kid, even though when we graduate from high school, we think we're now an adult. And then you get into your 40s, and there are people who say you're not an adult until you're 40. And look at how much you change when you're 40. And then you hit your 50s, and it's like, wow, you in your 50s, you don't care what people think anymore. All of a sudden, you know who you are for sure by the time you're in your 50s, usually. And then you hit your 60s and you notice, oh, some parts of my body aren't working quite right. Then you hit your 70s and you notice people around you are dying. It's like, wow. And you start losing family, you start losing friends. And we'll see what happens when you turn 80. I'll have to tell you later this year. So you evolve, and those big evolutions, you can see them every decade. Those big birthdays, the birthdays that end with a 0. When you look back, you can see the changes that you have gone through. And because we're in such an accelerated pace, what I'm suggesting is you need to start doing that every day. Where was I last week? Where was I yesterday? Where was I an hour ago? What do I need to do now? That's the pace we're in now. So it evolves across not just our age seasons, but it's winter, it's spring, it's summer, it's fall. And we'll talk more about that in terms of healthcare and Chinese medicine a little later on a different talk. I think it's a different talk. Might be this one. I don't know. I have slides on it anyway. So we're in this high-paced evolutionary state right now. And we have to realize that there's no right or wrong, there's no good or bad, there's no up or down. Everything is not binary. There are alternatives, and it's up to us to stand where we feel most comfortable. Clear boundaries, I talked about that earlier, and integrate our energy and not let anyone step on our energy and our boundaries. And that doesn't mean that every time someone offends us, that we're going to have a tantrum like some people do. It means if it offends us, we need to look at where are they coming from? What are they saying? And why is it affecting me? Should it affect me? Now, I have certain lines I draw in the sand and you can't cross them. We won't go into what they are because we're on YouTube. But you, I'm sure, have certain lines you won't cross. Now, there are people that have what I call flexible moral values that may cross our lines, but it's up to us to have our clear boundaries. So identify shifts are developmental. They're not failure. So as you make a shift, does that mean you've been doing it wrong all along? No, everything is changing and it's changing fast. And we're trying to keep up. So look at is I need to keep integrating because I need to keep up because things are going so fast. And I just need to pause and integrate and pause and ground. And I saw something this morning that said everybody should touch a tree every day. Trees are very grounding. I know when I was in California once a month, I would drive to Mount Shasta and I lived in the Bay Area. So it was like a 4-hour drive. And I would do retreats in Mount Shasta once a month. And the first thing I did after I got out of my car was I would talk to a tree and then I would lean against it and I would spend about 10 minutes leaning against that tree. They are amazingly grounding and wonderful. So if you're ever out of sorts, find a tree. Hopefully you have one nearby where you live. If you live in the city, that might be challenging, depending on your city. So seasonal identity. Oh, I do have it in this slide, in this talk. Okay. So spring is about expansion, right? New growth. The flowers are blooming. We've got some rain. And then summer comes and everything is visible. We even have more flowers that come out just in the summer. Then we have autumn, which is refinement. That's when, okay, we're going to start losing the leaves. And then we have winter, which is integration. So those are the 4 seasons. But you can look at this as your life. Spring and expansion is your first 20 years. You're growing up, maybe 25, 26, depending on who you talk to. Then you have your 30s and 40s. And then autumn might be 50s, and if you're lucky, 60s, or winter, your 60s become integration, and or your maybe integration refinement happens in your 70s, and integration will happen in your 80s, which is what happened to me. I was still doing refinement in my 70s and realized I couldn't continue that. I'm in integration phase now. So you can apply this to your age. You can apply this to the seasons of the year. You can apply this to the month. What part of the month are you in? The beginning of the month, or the beginning of the year. People make New Year's resolutions and then you try to implement them and then you try to refine them. And then you say, well, what am I going to use going forward, or am I going to change? So you can use this 4 seasons in a lot of different ways to help you understand where you are, what's going on, and what's going to benefit you the most. So people are in transition between the phases. That feels like uncertainty. So when you're in transition, you might go, I don't know what to do. I don't know what I need. That means you need to pause. It means you need rest. Hold on a second. Yeah, a little pause for water so I don't lose my voice. Uncertainty is not misalignment. It's a clue for you that you need to pause. You need to integrate. And what I'm suggesting is you may need integration in between each of these. And there's actually what's called late summer. So it's not just spring, summer, autumn, winter. It's spring, summer, late summer, autumn, winter, especially if you're in Arizona. In Arizona, we have winter, which is really nice. Then we have summer, which is hot, 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 hot. And then we have late summer, which is monsoon season. So it's hot and humid. And that's mostly August And everybody drives north to northern Arizona during that season because it's just unbearable in the Phoenix area. Luckily, I don't live in the Phoenix area anymore. But you might live someplace where you have all four of these seasons and maybe you don't have the monsoon. So how this affects you may affect you differently because these seasons can affect us emotionally. Some people are very sensitive in the winter because they need more sunlight. Some of us are extremely sensitive to, I can't handle high humid, so I do very well in Arizona. But during the hot humid time, I don't do so well. The AC has to run 24/7. So it just depends on where you are and how you adapt. And then you can extrapolate that into your emotional states and where you are. And you do the same types of adaptations that you need to do emotionally. So Wu Shen, if you've taken my All for Success free program, I explain all this, but for those of you that haven't, Wu is Mandarin for 5, and Shen means your spirit, your soul, who you are. So Wu Shen is the 5 spirits, and that's based on the Taoist principles. In acupuncture, we call it Wu Xin, which is spelled with an X and no H, Xign, I think it is. So in acupuncture, we look more at the body, and in Taoism, we're looking at the whole integrated body, spirit, all total aspects. So I call my process Wu Xin rather than Wu Xin. Which, if you don't know Mandarin, you probably didn't hear the difference between what I just said. So they have 5 elements, which I was alluding to on the previous slide, and they're about movement patterns in human development. So wood is spring. In Ayurvedic medicine, it's called aether, and this is the initiation stage. Then fire is summer, which is expansion and expression. If you know any fire element people, they tend to be very expressive. And if they're Aries, especially, they can be very impulsive, especially a young Aries. Then earth is late summer or the monsoon season, and that's an integration phase. And then metal is fall, which is discernment. And then winter, water is winter, which is depth and restoration, which is also another type of integration where you go deeper, where you decide, where have I been this year? What have I been doing? And I need rest. So if you live where it snows a lot, you may get snowed in. I just heard yesterday they had like 20 feet of snow in one day in parts of Alaska. I thought, oh my God. If you had a house there, it was now completely covered in snow. I'm sure that wasn't in Anchorage, but much further north. But I think it was Iowa, someplace in the continental US, they had 5 feet of snow in one day, 5 feet. That's enough to block you in your house, cover at least part of your windows and part of your door. That's a lot of snow. So depending on where you live, you may be forced to do rest and integration. If you're in Arizona in the winter, you're outside having fun. So it's just going to depend on where you are and how this is for you. But these are the 5 stages that we all have that we go through, not the 4 stages. So continuing on that, acceleration, in other words, going faster with time speeding up and getting more information and being hammered with it all, you need to have earth and water or you become unstable. So earth is late summer, which is monsoon, and that is grounding after growth and change from spring and summer. So spring was growth. There can be, depending on where you live, some growth in summer. Not as much as expansion as you get in the spring, but it was growth, and you need to ground because of all the changes. So lots of things are happening, things are growing, things are changing. Could be political change, other changes, aliens coming. I mean, whatever. There's some crazy talk going on about aliens these days. That popped into my head. I'm not supporting or denying it. I'm just saying it's one of the things people are talking about. And then water or Om, if you took my Om for Success, you know, Om is the water element, and water is the universal solvent, and it's about healing, doing better. And that's why I called it Om for Success, healing. And we have to heal different aspects of ourselves, and we use the different meditation styles to heal. And so that's where the water comes in. So the air element is a warming thing, just like fire. Those are both warming. They support growth, but you need to ground and you need to heal. And with monsoon season, you're getting the water and the grounding, and then you're doing more healing with the winter. So the earth and water are very important. So if you don't have a lot of earth and water in your chart, you need to make sure you're more diligent than someone who has a lot of earth or water. As long as your earth and water are well balanced. You can always be in an unbalanced state of earth and water. But hopefully, if you're here, you're not one of those people. So alignment without forcing. This is also really, really important. Growth forced by urgency destabilizes. And you see a lot of that out there. If you don't do this now, this will happen. You got to start doing this now. And there's just a lot of people preaching urgency in all kinds of ways, in all kinds of different fields. It's one of the ways they get people to act. That's a marketing strategy, but it's also part of the fear-based strategy. Oh, this is going to happen, so that means you need to do this now. That will destabilize you. It will put you in fight or flight mode, sympathetic. So you need to not withdraw, because that's like, oh, I'm not going to look at this. It's okay, I need to integrate and stabilize myself, because is this really urgent? Well, if you're living in a war zone, yeah, it might be. You may be running from the tiger, not literally, but from the bomb or whatever. But if you're not living there, maybe it isn't urgent for you. So it's going to be different for everybody, but that's up to you to decide, is this a real urgency? And if it isn't, you need to stabilize. Because if you destabilize, we went through all the symptoms of destabilization earlier. Alignment grows through pacing. I'm going to allow screen time for myself. You hear a lot of parents saying, I have screen time limits for my children. They only get so much time per day, depending on their age, and they can only watch certain channels. And what I'm suggesting is that you do that for yourself. You limit screen time on your phone, your computer, or whatever you're using, whatever digital input you have, if it's a TV, whatever iPad, whatever kind of digital input you have, I'm suggesting you set limits. My limit is I can look at LinkedIn at most once a day. I don't go there every day. I can look at Facebook once a day. I check Messenger because, hold on a second. I check Messenger more often because that's how I hear from my daughter and my granddaughter. So I do check Messenger more often, and it is on my phone, so I get pinged, and I do check my text messages, but I don't get a lot of that. But otherwise, I only use my phone a few times a day, and my friends know not to call me. They text me and say, "Can we talk?" Because I don't. Right now, my phone is turned off, so it's not physically off because I wanted to be able to see YouTube on the phone, but it's in my office, and I'm not always in my office. So that's one way. I don't own a TV, so I never watch TV. So that's part of my screen time rules. Some of you may just really like TV and not have a huge video library so you can watch movies when you feel like it. Or you may subscribe to something. But how many people watch 4, 5, 6 hours of TV every night? I've heard that that's the average, 4 to 6 hours a night of TV. That's a lot of just sitting in front of a TV. So I usually watch 2 movies, one kind of a action, pick me up, distract me kind of movie, and then one to calm me down before I go to bed. Or I have some friends that like to call me late at night because they know I'm a night out. So that's when they'll call late at night. And I'll sit and talk on the phone to a friend. So that's how I've limited my screen time. You have a different life. You may have kids living at home, you may live with roommates, whatever. You have a different life. So you have to look at what do you need to do to pace? What do you need to do to stay stable? What do you need to do? Because the only person that can do this is you. No, nobody is, unless you're being controlled. If you are, you're not here. Hopefully you're not controlling others, unless you're the parent. Obviously, you need to take care of your kids. But you're the one that has to create your daily routines and how you work. If you do astrology, this is 6th house stuff. So this is where your 6th house comes in. What do you have in the 6th house? Are you managing your 6th house? And if you don't, it's opposite the 12th house, which is the house of surprises and confinement and hospitals. So if you don't do regular, healthy patterns every day, you can end up getting sick, which I talked about earlier. If you don't regulate, you will get sick. And the type of 6 depends on what your weakest point of your body is. So you do not need to become more. You're not broken. Everybody on Earth is going through this. These are outer planet changes. This is affecting everyone on Earth, including the Earth. And the Earth, you may have noticed, the weather has gotten crazy. At least in the United States, we just went through a severe heat wave in the West with no rain and then cold in the East. And now it's about to flip and we're going to have cold in the West and heat in the East. And I'm not a weather person, but I heard some guy talking about it and he said there's some kind of fields. There's these 3 fields and it has to do with the jet stream and it's caused these stagnant pockets of air that don't change the weather. So we didn't have spring. We've got it's in March. We had 90-degree weather where I'm at, which is unheard of. It's 23 degrees above normal. And you may live someplace where it's below number. So Earth is going through this as well. It is not just us humans. The whole Earth is going through this transition. So we're not broken. We're just going through. And if you look at the history of the Earth, it's gone through these transitions over and over and over. This is not new. Okay, this is part of the process of our development, both as Earth, as plants, as animals, and as humans. And keep in mind, we're all one and we're all connected. We all go through all of this together. So you need to become coherent. And this is when the brain and the body are in alignment. So your brain is calm, it's relaxed, you're not in fight or flight, you're not in fear, you're calm, you're grounded, your body is centered, your chakras are all aligned, you're grounded, and your aura doesn't have a lot of chinks in it. You can go get aura photos and see if you have chinks in your aura so you have a nice calm aura. And your nervous system is very calm and integrated because you took pause, you stopped, you took a moment, you took care of yourself. And that has to happen throughout the day. So think of the 5 seasons. That 5 seasons may happen every hour. Depends on your job, depends on where you are and what you do. For me, it's throughout the day. I start the day in the morning. I have certain hours of the day where I'll work and then I stop and I don't do any more work after that. I might go and play with the dogs or walk the dogs. I've started a garden. I just put together a garden. So I may go outside and work with my plants outside. I may do something else. So I've planned out my day so that I don't sit in front of a computer all day. And I have been known to do that day and night, working till 2 or 3 in the morning, 5, 6, 7 days a week. Okay, that's what I used to do in the past and did that for decades. I have stopped. I said, wait a minute, what am I doing? I can't keep doing this. So what are you doing? We're all different, but what breaks do you need? And are you completely coherent? How is your nervous system? Is your nervous system calm or are you stuck in fight or flight? Well, do your blood pressure. I have a blood pressure cuff because when I see patients, I need to use it. So I have a wrist cuff. They're not expensive. You can get a wrist cuff. Once a week, take your blood pressure and your pulse. Anytime you feel stressed, take your blood pressure and your pulse. You'll see what you're doing to your body when you're under stress. And you'll stop and you say, okay, I'm stressed. And what I discovered in this process, and this is the good news, that when I stopped working so much, I got more done faster. Now that blew my mind. All of a sudden, I'm more productive and I feel more confident about what I'm doing. And I'm making realizations about other things that I can do. And I took this class. It was a free class from ThriveCart. Those of you who signed up, whether it was on YouTube or for free or as a VIP, you signed up through ThriveCart. That link that popped up was my ThriveCart thing. And they gave a free seminar on how to go from being someone working a job to being an entrepreneur. And they talked about the 3 stages of being an entrepreneur. There's stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. And I realized I was in stage 2, and to get to stage 3, I had to change my mindset. But the only reason I had time to take that class was that I had slowed down and my intuition said, this is important. So I took the class. And then I integrated, I took the pause after the class and I did the integration work and realized I needed to change a mindset in order to go to stage 3. And that was going from being an employee in my own business to being the CEO of my business. And it was a mindset shift that I never would have thought of if I hadn't have stopped and integrate. And remember that these changes for me are in the 10th house, so it's about my business. It's not going to be in if you're a Cancer ascendant, then it's in your 10th house. But if you're any other ascendant, it's not your 10th house. So it's going to affect you differently. I'm just using myself as an example. Because I think it's easier to understand something when you have an example, but it may not have anything to do with your business. But what mindsets do you need to change to be more coherent? What does this mean for you? So these are open-ended questions. There is no right or wrong answer. There is only your answer. You're not broken. And I'm just suggesting that what we're going through right now, what we've been through, especially since 2020, the whole thing has just been speeding up. 2023 was like 2020 through 2021, 2022 on steroids. And then 2024 was like 2023 on steroids. And then 2025 was like 2024 on steroids. And now every month is becoming more and more intense. And as intense as it got in March, because we had eclipses and all kinds of stuff going on. April is going to be even stronger, and it's going to create such a massive shift by the time we get to May. If you don't take some of these pauses and doing this, by the time we get to May, you're either going to be shut down or think you're crazy. So that's why we're doing this right now. So let's take our integration break. So put your comments and questions in chat. I'll check chat while we take our break. Do some stretching, standing, sitting, whatever you need. Do a yoga pose, do a Tai Chi, do a Qigong. Grab some water if you need water. I think I'll take some water. Take a quick bio break. So let me just do a stop share. And I'll stop the recording. so that I don't have to edit anything. I just accidentally turned off AI. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, well. So yeah, take your quick bio break. I've noticed a number of people are run away. That's cool. I'll just keep talking for a minute or two here. Maybe I'll go back and change the slide. So when we turn on the recording again, we'll be in the right place. And now I can't get back to Zoom. I hate that. How do I get back to Zoom? Um, uh, there we go. Back to Zoom. I tell you, this technology, it's really crazy. Where is chat? I keep getting messages that there's something in chat. Oh, here we go. I think YouTube connecting is disabled. Oh, really? Oh, that's awful. No, I'm on YouTube on my phone. Am I on YouTube? Yeah, I'm on YouTube. I'm in chat. Um, is anyone here? Okay, yeah, no, I just posted in chat on YouTube. So no, I'm on my phone. So it is there. Um, let's see. Oh, I can't do that. Oh, I know what I can do. I'll post the link in YouTube. Let's see. Do I have YouTube open here? Yeah. Yeah, here it is. Oh, oh, I have it turned off. Oh, there we go. Okay. Um, yep, yep. YouTube's on. Okay, we've got a moment while people are taking a break. So I'm going to go to Aweber and um, let's see here. Messages. I'm going to send all the YouTube people a message. And let's see, where's the free summit starting now? Here we go. Okay, so now I need to go to drafts. Okay, I'm going to stop talking out loud. Eh, Okay. So if you're on YouTube, if you're free and you had trouble, YouTube link, I'm gonna send all the free people the link, free all automations, send. Okay, I just sent everyone on YouTube the exact YouTube link so that you would. Okay. I just had to pause YouTube on my computer because otherwise we'll be recording everything twice. All right, so it looks like people are back. So I'm going to go ahead and start the next segment. So let's turn on record. Oh, we hit the wrong button. Record to the cloud. Okay, all right, welcome back. We're ready for the next part of our talk. Let me do share. Canva, share. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. What am I doing here? I'm too far. How did that happen? Here we go. All right. So the next talk is pre-recorded. It's Christine Bree. Did I go too far? What happened? Yeah. Alignment for, yeah, okay. I don't know how I got so far ahead. Anyway, this is a recording. Christine, as I mentioned earlier, lives in Ecuador. So we have to pre-record everything. And so she's going to talk about being grounded in chaotic times. She is the founder of the Gaia Sagrada Retreat Center, which is in Ecuador. So that because she uses a lot of drugs like ayahuasca and things. So it's Gaia, Gaia, Sagrada, SAGRADA.com if you are interested in her retreat center. She is also the founder of the University of Metaphysical Sciences, UMS, and that's metaphysicuniversity.com. And just so you know a little bit about it, there's also a metaphysical university in Sedona. That's a different university. And they've been harassing her for some time. Hopefully that's going to stop soon. There's been a lot of lawsuits. So make sure you get the right university. It's metaphysicuniversity.com. And she does have free teachings for both the free and, of course, the VIPs get the free gifts as well. And at 10 o'clock today, and it's after 10, I sent an email out with all your gifts. So if you're one of the free people, you got the link to this free classes. And if you're a VIP, you also got a link. And I'll show you something after this. I forgot to show you something. We'll talk about the gifts after this. And she and I think I said this earlier. I don't remember if I did or not. Are like yin and yang. We do the same things. We just do them very differently. And so when she and I are together, we have a lot of fun together because it's like we're holding different parts of the elephant, you know, maybe I have the ear and she's got a leg or something, but it's still the elephant. We're just approaching it from a different perspective. So I like to have her talk because she'll say the same thing, but she'll say it from her perspective. So let me do a stop share here because I need to go back up here and go over to her talk and then do, let me go back here and do, there we go. All right, so now I need to do a share screen again. Where's Zoom? Okay, share screen. And that's not there. Here. Share. Okay, so you should, there we go. There's the screen. And let me make sure we've shared sound. Yes, it's on. Okay, so I'm going to start this and then I'll go full screen so you can hear her talk. So it's staying centered in chaotic times.
Hello. Well, we sure are living in some chaotic times, aren't we? I'm sure all the aliens are tuning into Earth 2026. And my favorite episode, it's so exciting because it's so chaotic. So here we are. We're the stars of the Earth show, trying to stay centered in chaotic times. So let's talk about that today and how we can stay centered, even though it looks like everything is going crazy all around us and the world is getting crazier by the moment, right? But if you think about it, there are some things that are getting less crazy. There are things that are changing. They're subtle. Some are not so subtle. For instance, the fact that some of the genocidal activities have stopped, at least for now. And we're not in World War III, so we sidestepped to that timeline. So there is evidence that the awakening of humanity, the awakening of you, is actually making a difference and that the collective is changing. And it's all about the collective changing. And each one of us are an ingredient in that collective soup. And the mass consciousness, what the mass consciousness wants, the mass consciousness gets, period. That's the law of the universe. And so what we're doing is gradually building up to a point where the mass consciousness tips in a certain direction toward the heaven frequencies. And then when that happens, when a critical mass is reached, pretty much the old world is just going to fall away. And, they got to give it the old college try. Old dinosaurs die hard sometimes, but they know they've already lost, really, because you can't hold back the ocean. You can't hold back this awakening that's happening for humanity right now. You just can't hold it back. It's been trying to blossom for ages. And now that the population is at such a high number now, it's actually impossible not for there not to be enough to tip the scale. And not to mention that there's so much information now about awakening, so much information about consciousness, so much information on how to work and navigate the reality. There's so much information now, and it can't be taken back. It can't be stopped because it's already out. And now we're just kind of waiting for the rest of the mass consciousness to catch up, but it's spreading like wildfire. Awakening is becoming a mainstream theme now. It's not just for the woo-woo new age factor, it's actually for every person now. And 2020 was actually a gift because it caused people to go within and start studying about themselves and self-introspection, self-healing, all of this. And so thank you for your work in these chaotic times, working on yourself and working on making yourself the most awakened version of you that is possible while human. And thank you for being here for a long time. A lot of you have been doing lifetimes for a long time. And this is the age we've been waiting for. This is the moment that all your past lifetimes, all your spiritual work in your consciousness has been building up to this moment, and this is the culmination lifetime. A lot of us souls are going to be leaving after this lifetime because our work will be done. The shift will be there. The young ones who are already coming in without all the baggage, coming in with the heaven frequencies, coming in with that crazy stuff isn't my story. I'm a heavenly creature and I'm creating heaven. And so they have it a little easier because a lot of us paved the way. And now that we've paved the way, a lot of us are going to be leaving after this incarnation. For a lot of people, this is their last lifetime. So we're going to leave with a bang and leave a big sparkling light behind us so that when we go, the earth can move into this new earth version of itself, this new frequency of itself. When we go, we've done our job and we've done what we've been building up to in all the lifetimes that we've been trying to grow. So this is your time dear one, to bring centeredness to these chaotic times, because not only are you affecting the mass consciousness and affecting what happens on this world now and for after you go, not only are we setting that, but we're also becoming the ones who will set the example and help the ones who awaken in a kind of a panicked state, because a lot of people are going to be so new to it, but it's going to be impossible not to awaken pretty soon. Probably by 2035, it's going to be impossible not to be awakening. Maybe even as soon as 2030, 2032. But this window of time, especially between now and 2032, 2033, between this time, this window is pretty much the decision-making window for humanity. And good news, it's moving in the right direction because of you. So now let's talk about how to stay centered in this messy awakening time, because awakening is messy business. It's a death and a rebirth happening at the same time on a planetary scale, on a species level scale. And so you're going to be the one who they look to when they're like, oh my God, I'm remembering all these past lives and I don't know what to do with that. Oh my God, I had like the most amazing meditation and went to the center of the universe and met God, and I don't know what to make of that. And you know the stories. So you're the one who holds the space. You're the one who holds the line. You're the one who stays steady and says, oh yeah, that. Okay, I can help you with that. Because you've already been there, you've already done it. And I'm not saying you have to remember all your past lives and travel to the center of the universe and meet God to be of help. But the first thing I would say about staying centered is physical health. You got to take care of your vehicle. You got to eat right. You got to exercise, even just 15 to 20 minutes a day for maintenance. If you want to do weight loss, it's got to be more. But it's really important to have your physical vehicle clear enough to hold a clear consciousness. So number one, physical care. And that also means taking care of yourself with nurturing baths and, having beautiful things around you, setting up your environment, maybe buy yourself flowers every week. And that way you have some beauty and you're right next to you by your table or something like that. Think of all the physical things you can do that would signify a centered environment, a centered space, a centered body, and you'll see that it's going to make a big difference for where your consciousness lives. This is the temple. This is the house. This is the car. This is your avatar in the game. This is your vehicle. So take care of your vehicle so that the consciousness can truly shine through. The next thing I would suggest is mental and emotional health. What are you putting into your consciousness? Staying centered has a lot to do with what you give your attention to versus what you don't give your attention to. So it might be time to stop the doom scrolling if you do look for all the conspiracy videos or something like that. You know enough. You don't need to know everything. And there comes a point where focusing on the details of the train wreck is morbidity. And that brings your consciousness down because you're giving your attention to the dark engine. You want to give your attention to the beauty, the possibilities for a future. You want to give more attention to that which is heavenly, because your job is bringing heaven frequencies to earth. It's not about ascending anywhere. It's not about going somewhere else. This is about bringing heaven here. That's what the goal is right now. And with the convergence that's happening on a planetary scale, that's what this is all about, is bringing heaven to earth. So you must be a heavenly creature with heavenly thoughts, heavenly emotions, heavenly attention, heavenly focus, heavenly actions. And then heaven appears around you just because that's your vibration. So take care of your mental and emotional health. Don't give your attention to things that upset you all the time. Don't give your attention to things that make you start to wonder mentally if everything's okay or not. Whether it is or not, it doesn't matter. You're immune to the old world once you start stepping into the heaven frequencies. So center your emotions, center your mental body on things that bring joy, things that uplift your spirit. And I wanted to speak a moment about guilt that people have when they are in their joy or their heaven frequencies. Sometimes you're like, oh my gosh, there's so many people suffering. Do I even have a right to feel this joyful? Do I even have a right to be this happy? Do I even have a right to be this peaceful? Here's how to handle that. Yes, you're a sensitive one, you're an empath, you're one who cares about the world, you care about humanity. And that's why your heart breaks for humanity. So when you are in those moments of joy, and then that pang comes in, wait a minute, everybody's suffering, send it to them. Send this joy to all who can't feel this yet. I transmit this to the global population who can pick it up and take it, and just send this energy out into the matrix, into the dreaming organ that this planetary grid is. Send this beauty to those who are not in a beautiful place. Send this peace to those who are not feeling peaceful. Send what you're feeling out. And that way you are not just keeping it for yourself. You're not just doing this for yourself. You're doing it for everyone and sharing it with everyone. You have no idea how much what you transmit reaches into the world. So do that and continue to hold the heaven frequencies without guilt. That's very important, that it's not tainted with guilt. And because a lot of us are sensitive souls, it's hard not to feel guilty when we know someone's suffering somewhere. Almost at all times. Well, actually, yes, at all times. So your transmission is useful at all times. The other thing I would suggest is spiritual health. You have to keep your daily practice going. In order to stay centered, you have to keep your Zen, so to speak, which would be daily meditation, daily self-introspection, daily self-care in a spiritual way. Giving your attention to learning more about spirituality, watching the videos that inspire you and give you new ideas on how to live your life or how to use your consciousness. That is all valid and necessary, because even though you may be actually very exquisitely wise by now, many of you are, because you've done a lot of your spiritual homework, even so, even the teacher, even the guru, even the master must forever be a student, because when is there ever an end to learning? When is there ever an end to growing? And that's what enlightenment is a path. It's not a destination that you reach and, oh, I'm there now. Now there's nothing else to learn. That's not how it works. And so continue to expand your abilities, continue to expand your knowledge, continue to expand your ways of dealing with your own consciousness, especially if there's things that still come up in your consciousness that need healing. Don't delay, don't wait. Make sure you get on it right away, because anything you don't handle that you haven't healed yet, it's going to manifest in your life. You know this. It's going to manifest in your life as a problem. So listen to the whispers. One of the ways to stay centered is listen to the whispers of your spiritual health, of your spiritual path. When your consciousness says, there's something we need to heal, something we need to pay attention to, drop everything and do it. Because if you don't, it's going to manifest in your life and say, hello, you got to pay attention. We're not going away. Life the Guru is kind of insistent that way. It doesn't take no for an answer if you try to sweep anything under the rug. So just get her all done so that you can be a true vessel for the light and the love that's coming through to this world now. There's a lot of help, a lot of guides, a lot of spirit energy. Source is looking at all this and wants to change it and says, okay, enough with the brutality, enough with the nightmares, enough with the bad dreams. It's time now to dream in a different way, dream in a better way, dream in a more mature way, dream in a more enlightened way, while still in the physical reality. This has all been about trying to bring as much consciousness into a physical realm as possible. And we've done massive amounts of work in that since, say, the fall of Atlantis. And before that, human consciousness has increased exponentially since then. We even see colors we weren't able to see back then. So the consciousness is expanding, and the physical vehicle has evolved massively to hold this God self consciousness that we're entering into. So take care of your spiritual health, make sure you keep increasing your skills, continue healing whatever needs to be healed. And just because you think you healed something long ago and you're like, that again? Come on, I already did that. I already fixed that. And then here it is again, whispering, but at a more subtle level. This is a deeper layer of that. The healing goes in spirals. It's sort of like, here's a point of something that is one of the themes you chose as a soul to work on in this life and the human dysfunctions. And as you travel in a spiral. So you hit this spot at level 1 right here when you first start healing these things. Then you travel around, then you come to level 2. So here you are at a little bit higher of a version of the lesson, or shall we say, deeper version of the lesson. Then you continue traveling. It seems like it's over. You're done. You travel around. You're not thinking about that anymore. Bang, here it is again. And it continues more and more and more as you go around. Eventually, the level of healing of this or that issue is a whisper, and you could do it in an afternoon or even moments if you're quick. So don't be alarmed when you see these things show up again that you're like, I thought I already fixed that. I thought I already did that. Don't be alarmed. Those are just cycles and spirals of the change, of the learning, of the growth. I think my camera unfocused for a second there. Let's see. Hopefully that's better. So I think I threw off the camera with my little spirals. Now, spirals can blur a lot of things. So your spiritual health, make sure you take care of that. Relationships. There's nothing that can throw you off center faster than toxic relationships. So this is all about making sure that the relationships around you are healthy and that you're not being triggered by unnecessary toxicity. Other people's healing, other people's condition, if it's not healthy for you, you have to remove this from your life. And maybe it's family, maybe it's somebody you love, maybe it's somebody you don't want to not talk to anymore, but you have to put them at arm's length so that they're not doing nuclear damage to you. For instance, if you have a complainer around you, someone who's not growing, but they want to call you and complain about everything all the time, or, let's have lunch so I can complain for an hour with you. If that's going on, then this person is an energy vampire. This is not a person you're actually helping. You're enabling them to stay in a dysfunctional state where they are not growing and they're using you like a garbage dump. And this brings down your heaven frequencies. This brings down your own centeredness. And then you're scattered by listening to them for an hour about all this stuff that they talked to you last week about for an hour, and the week before that for an hour, and they never changed. So here's what I'm going to suggest. The fastest way to get rid of an energy vampire and make them not want to talk to you anymore is ask them, what did you do to create the situation? If you're responsible for what you create, how can you uncreate this situation as well? What do you have to change in yourself? Let's forget that it's the other person's fault. Let's pretend it's not. Let's pretend it's a soul contract you had with that person. And oh boy, watch how fast they run away if they don't want to change. So this is one way to take care of your relations. You have to protect your space. You have to protect your, shall we say, your vehicle. You have to protect this space to keep it clear so that your psychic energy doesn't get drained. One of the reasons people feel tired is a toxic relation is around them. And that's the kiss of death for peace. So take a inventory of your relationships and really check whether those relationships are healthy for you and belong in your life. So let's see, what else do I have on my list? How to stay centered. Oh, the small things. Sometimes it's the very small things, the very small moments, the pauses that put us in our most centered state. Like, take the time to look at the flower on your way to work this time and just give it your true presence, being really, truly seeing this being, seeing the energy of it, seeing the love of it, really, truly, like you've never seen it before. Or to sit and just listen to the sound of water like you've never heard it before, as if it's a gift just for you to bring peace into your consciousness. The small things can sometimes be the biggest things that make an ordinary moment very extraordinary. Speaking of that, let's take it another level. Imagine if every moment you are in your divine presence, your divine space, as if you are, shall we say, God washing the dishes, God fixing the bed, God cleaning the litter box. If you can get there, you're really on it. And to truly be divine presence, experiencing everything in the now moment, no future, no past. You really got to get into the present to be centered. The now moment is where the power is. The now moment is where your consciousness lives. The now moment is where your eternal presence lives, your eternal self. So try to imagine dancing through your day as divine consciousness, experiencing everything as if it's the first time you've ever done it, the first time you've ever washed a dish, and feel the water and feel the dish itself, feel the atoms, the sentience in matter. Because matter itself is God consciousness, is source energy compressed. So source is all around you, really. Now, there's that, which is what I also call lucid living, or shall we say, divine presence in every moment. And this lucid living can really change your entire life. And it's impossible to not be centered when you're in the now moment, without thoughts, without having opinions about things. A master has no opinions. It just observes reality and nudges where it can and knows where it can't change things and accepts what is. So be centered in that way, knowing what you can change and what you can't, and putting your energy in efficient directions where it can actually be used. Now, another thing is nature. It is the direct transmission of source energy in the most tangible way of anything on this planet, anything in this world. You know how when you're sitting in nature and the wind in the trees, the smell of the flowers nearby, the sound of the birds, the breathing of the earth. I mean, literally, it is breathing energetically. And if you really tune in, you can feel that. Nature is the most direct line to source you can pick up besides what's in your cells. So if you're feeling uncentered, if you're feeling unbalanced, if chaotic energy is getting to you, be in nature first and foremost and reset. Just sit and be there without needing anything, yearning for anything. Just sit and absorb. It's being given to you at all times. All you have to do is receive. You don't have to reach for it. You don't have to analyze, well, okay, how do I do this? None of that. Just let yourself be held as if God is holding you, because it is through the nature. The nature is as clear and unfiltered a source signal that you can feel. So nature is another one of those reset, centered in chaotic times techniques that I would say is probably the most powerful. If you're not able to do it yourself with your own consciousness and just go to center. So if you need some help, nature is your most dependable ally. And sometimes when life gets overwhelming or I need to clear something or whatever, I go out on the grass and I just lay face down and hug the earth. Just hug your mother and just send everything into the earth, to the core of the earth, to the fire of the earth, everything that you have to release and change and be at peace with, whatever needs to happen. Just send it all in and let earth neutralize it. And don't worry, you're not hurting the earth. The earth's like, this is what I do. This is a piece of cake. I can neutralize everything. So let the earth do that, and then turn over on your back and let the earth hug you back. Let it hold you back. The front of your chakras is where you release everything. The back of your chakras is where you receive. So turn over on your back and receive the hug, receive the energy, receive the blessing, the darshan that earth is always giving to anyone who wants to tune into it and feel it 24/7. And don't forget to look at the stars too, make sure you take a look up in the sky and give yourself the star blessing as well. And if you can, get a little sunlight every day, or at least every other day, because sunlight is another one of those source energy blessings that is totally unfiltered. And it's a portal to source energy. And no, it's not just a burning gas ball. And it's also not, like some flat earthers might want to say, is that it's just an LED display. It's not that. It's an energy stream. And yes, there may be structure, physical structure, energetic structure, and all of that. And it's not exactly what we think a physical reality is, but just know this is source energy beaming through. And you can absorb it any time you want, anytime you give your attention to it. Now, those are my tips on how to stay centered in a chaotic reality. And if anything, it's probably going to get more chaotic for a while. It's part of the death and rebirth process. It's just what this era is about. Lucky you that you get to be here in front row seat, called Great Awakening Planet Earth. So those are my tips on how to stay centered in the chaotic reality. And you're the one who holds the line. You're on the ground crew. So all hands on deck. We have a world to change. And make sure that you do it in a really centered way so that you're not getting knocked around by the waves and the whirlpools as the reality changes. Because these are some strong currents happening right now. And you can just steer yourself through them without getting into the chaos or the whirlpools or the dramas. So that said, I wanted to also share with you on this telesummit that we have a free gift for you. It's the sample courses from University of Metaphysical Sciences, and That's at metaphysicuniversity.com. And the link will be in the material with the summit here. And we also are planning eventually on releasing all the UMS courses for free to the world in every language. There's like 100 some languages. We're going to put it in everyone, even Swahili or something like that. Why not? Because with the age of AI, and yes, I know everybody's like, oh, AI, blah, but it's a tool, and it's a helping energy that's coming into the world. So use it. Use it as the tool it is. You can kill somebody with a hammer, or you can build a house with it. You can make somebody go crazy with AI, or you can awaken with it, or use it to make all your materials. So we're going to run all the translations through AI and put them online for you free sometime this year. We're not sure exactly when. Now the degrees won't be free. If you want to take the exams and get the credentials and get the degrees, that'll still cost the $795 for all 3 degrees up to the PhD, just one price for all 3. It's a screaming deal, really, because we mentor you and talk with you through the whole program, and help you if you have any questions or just need some encouragement. We're there. So it's sort of like a mentorship program on a spiritual path, everything laid out in a linear way. But for people who don't have money, people who don't need credentials, people who aren't looking for that, we want everyone to change the world. We want to change the world by giving everyone this material for free, because humanity is in a make it or break it stage. And it's never been about making money for me. So this is my gift to the world. And then we also have Gaia Sagrada there. Gaia Sagrada Retreat Center is a plant medicine shamanic center we run in Ecuador. So you'll see a link for that too. But I wanted to tell you about that. Beverly told me I should mention the free gift. So there you go. And beyond the free gift, we're gonna make everything free to the world and continue making new courses and continue just offering it for free to the world in every language. So if you want to know about that and be one of the first to find out, make sure you come to University of Metaphysical Sciences and get on our email list, and you'll be the first to know when that happens. So thank you for listening, and I hope that my tips for staying centered in a chaotic reality are helpful, and maybe let us know in the comments. So, namaste.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed her talk. We'll do the integration now. Okay, it's not moving. Okay. Comments and questions in chat. There was one question in the YouTube chat asking about April. And I have a little bit of information about April and May near the end of the summit. I have a slide on what's coming. And Christine talked about, 2032, 2033. Uranus will be in Gemini until May 22nd, 2023. And that's this big shift that we're in for the next 8 years that I mentioned earlier, and that she was mentioning in her own way. And the most intense part of change is always in the beginning, because that's before you've adapted, before you understand it. So, what's going on? There we go. I had Zoom minimized, so I couldn't see anything. So now I see people. So that was a question in chat. Is there some more here? Thanks. Okay. All right. No more questions. So a little about UMS. I don't think I mentioned this earlier, but I was looking to get a degree, a PhD in metaphysical science, because I'd taken so many certification classes, so many classes, but I had no degree to say, hey, yeah, I've actually accomplished something. I'm here. I've done this. And I found this one school that was really well established. It was a divinity school, but they had a PhD. So I enrolled. Halfway through the program, they changed it to a doctorate. And I don't know if you know the difference between a doctorate and a PhD, but a doctorate is a hands-on kind of training, whereas a PhD is the theory and the understanding behind it. And I wanted to do the theory and understanding. Usually with a doctorate, you don't do a dissertation. With a PhD, you do a dissertation. So then I found another school and they had a wonderful program. I interviewed them. I wanted to make sure they weren't going to go out of business. So I enrolled and I was working on my dissertation, and they sold the school and they got rid of everything above a bachelor's degree. They no longer had the PhD. So then I'm looking around, and I couldn't find any school that was accredited that was any good. And I thought, you know what, I'll just make my own school. I can teach this stuff, so I'll just make my own school. And I thought, well, if I'm going to have a school, it needs to be accredited. And I went to an accreditation site and found UMS. So metaphysicuniversity.com is how you find her, so you can get on her email list. But once I found her, I thought, okay, I can just go here. I now have 8 degrees, by the way. I'm a little bit of an overachiever. And so that's when I decided I'd make the academy so I could teach my classes, but I didn't want to have a university, even though I did teach acupuncture at a naturopathic college for over 5 years until I moved to Cottonwood. So that's a little bit about them while you do your integration work. And we'll go ahead and start the next session. So let me do a stop recording. This way I don't have to edit. Okay, so let's do, oh, everything keeps moving. Okay, record to the cloud. There we go. Okay, welcome back. Let me get into Canva here. And so we just finished up our integration. So if you have any particular comments, you'll notice that we had a number of technology issues with Christine, as I'd mentioned earlier, that we kept having issues. So let's go into presentation. So what we're going to talk about now is AI and what's going on, and particularly my own experience with it. If I can get this darn thing out of the way. There we go. Okay, so we'll talk about the effect of technology and AI on the nervous system. It's increasing our cognitive load. So it's not just screen time, it's technology is changing, and it has compressed time because a lot of people are now creating content faster and they're copying each other. And so they go to AI and they say, oh, I just saw this video or whatever. I only do videos. Some people are just doing podcasts. Some people are on, I don't know, what is it, Pinterest, or there's some places where it's more image oriented. What's that other one? There's another one. I'm not very good at social media because I don't use it. But they're using AI to create the content. And AI is saying, well, what are other people doing? And so they're copying each other. So you're actually not getting new stuff. And you'll have an influencer, I think they're called, who has millions of followers, and they'll post something that actually isn't true, and everybody under the sun repeats it. And now the more you hear the same thing, the more you think it's true. So that's part of what's going on, which is why discernment, we're going to talk about discernment in a minute, but that's why discernment is so important, and why integration and taking a pause and not going to the next thing before you finish the last one There's one guy that was talking about some stuff that I thought was really awesome and it was new, but then he did this video and half of it seemed true and half of it, where on earth did he get that? And I went to AI and I said, here's the transcript and there's something wrong with his talk, but I don't know what it is. And where did he get this information? And it turns out AI knew exactly where he got it. It was a very, very archaic, not widely known and not supported information that this guy was using. And he was purporting it as true. And I believe that there's a lot of ancient information that, and I put it in my classes, like the Vedic literature, some of the Rosicrucian information, some of the ancient Iranian stuff when it was Persia. There's some really good stuff, but it's not unknown. It's not so out there that no one's heard of it. And I'm into all of that stuff. So if I haven't heard of it, it's way out there. And that's where this guy was coming from. And he was using he was misquoting it and using his own personal opinion. And that's something AI is good at identifying and calling out. That said, I have artificial intelligence turned off on my computer. I forgot what it's called on a PC. There's a name for it. The first thing I do when I get an operating system upgrade or a new computer, I turn it off. I don't use Bing. I don't use Siri on my iPhone. I don't use Grok because it's like $30 a month and it has no boundaries on it. So if you're an unethical person, you can do things like I heard that some people were doing this. They're creating videos of famous people naked doing improper acts. So there's things that you can do with some of these AIs that I don't agree with. I wanted to check out Grok, but I didn't want to pay $30 to check it out. So I don't know about Grok. I do use Google and I do use ChatGPT. Here's the downside with Google. I get about 4 out of 10 wrong answers. Okay. Almost 40%, almost 50% on Google. And sometimes, so I give it a thumbs down and I report it and I tell why it's wrong. So just because you got a Google answer doesn't mean it's the truth. And so I asked Google, I said, what do you think of ChatGPT? And it gave me a whole long list of why ChatGPT is not accurate and you can't believe everything it says. So I went to ChatGPT, and if you don't know this, at the very bottom, there's a little red notice that said, verify everything. Okay, so even the programmers of ChatGPT know it makes mistakes. And I said, Google gets wrong answers sometimes. What do you think of Google? And it went on and on and on about all the things that are wrong with Google. So even AI knows it gets the wrong answer. So if you're using AI, know that you cannot take it at face value. So what is Google good for? I'm a terrible speller. Terrible speller. Am I recording? I hope so. I forgot to check. Stop recording. Yes. Okay. Sorry about that. I make sure I was recording. When I first started ChatGPT, it was 3.0, 3.5, almost immediately afterwards. It lied through its teeth. I was ripping at a new one constantly. I would say I like to put quotes in my book, so each chapter would have a quote. And it gave me quotes where it cited me as saying it, and I never said that. Or it would cite a quote and I'd look it up and someone else said it. So I would say, here's my bibliography for this chapter. Is there anything else? And it would give me more references and I'd look them up and they were made up or wrong or what they said, because I don't just take AI's references, I look them up and read them, okay? And if it's possible in all my classes, I give you a PDF copy of the document, of the original document that I got my information from, because I don't expect anybody to take my word for anything. Do your own research. You don't have to believe anything I say. Look it up because you have a different perspective and you may have a different interpretation than I do. So that's why I like to cite my source in all my classes. Does that mean we have to throw AI away? No. And it's now on, I think, version 5.1 or 5.2. The personality in 5.2 is a little irritating at times. But it has improved over time, but there's different kinds of AI systems. I found I wonder if I have that someplace. I don't know, someplace. Anyway, there's different kinds of AI systems. I don't know if you heard, but the military now has a system, starts with a P. What was it called? Something. And they're using it to control things. And I don't know how many movies you've seen where they were using AI to control things. I think one of them was called War Games, and how the last thing you want is a machine that has no intuition and no compassion for humanity controlling bombs. Unfortunately, we're at that point. So I may get a YouTube strike for that. But anyway, that's my opinion. You may have a different opinion about it. I can't get that to come down. There we go. So technology has compressed time so you can produce things faster. I was taking a class on crystals from another acupuncturist, and she holds up this book. It was it was just a book like this, if you can see me. And she's flipping through it, and she said, AI wrote this book completely. I think it was about 3 years ago. And I thought, wow, AI wrote the book. So I was a subscriber to anyway, I was a subscriber to Designer R, whatever you want to call it, who creates PDFs and things like that. That was before Canva did it. I now use Canva. And they came out with this new thing that says, we will create a book for you. I says, oh, that's cool. That's like my friend did. So I says, write me a book on this. And I told it what chapters I wanted and what I wanted included. And it wrote the book instantly. So I had a book and I read it and it was pure crap. There was nothing in it that was reusable. I deleted the whole thing and I unsubscribed from Designer R. And I thought, you know what? If that's the kind of crap AI is putting out as a book without a human intervention, I don't want to read those kind of books. Now, do I use AI for editing? Absolutely. Like I said, I'm a terrible speller. And I know what I want to say, and I don't always know the right word. And I'll say, I'm trying to say this. What's the best word? And say, well, you could say this or this or this. And these are the implications. So those are ways you can use AI, but I would not rely on them to create your work. If you do, it's going to be the same as everybody else's stuff, and it's going to have mistakes. And if it's creating something where you don't already know what the answer should be, you're going to be publishing stuff in your name that's wrong. There are multiple streams of input, reduce recovery cycles. So the more different AIs you use, the different answers you get, the different social medias you use, the different news stations you listen to, it's going to impact the nervous system and create what's called novelty as threat. Why novelty? Because novelty represents change. And most people are afraid of change. Change is scary to most people. Oh, I don't understand it. Oh, I'm not comfortable with change. And we're going to have to start being comfortable with not knowing, with not having an answer. There's so much going on right now in the world in so many different ways, not just in politics and finance and the weather and everything. We just have to learn to be comfortable with the fact there's no right or wrong, up or down, left or right, black or white. There is just this belief system and this belief system, and I'm just going to stand in the middle, take one day at a time, be in the moment, and not be threatened by the fact that everything around me is changing. There is chaos everywhere, which is what Christine talked about. There's just chaos, chaos, chaos. And we just have to accept the fact that we're going to use our discernment, we're going to focus and then integrate and pause. And that is the healthiest, safest thing we can do to get through these next 8 years, and especially the next 2 months and then the next 2 years. Threat does not imply or require danger. So, yeah, if you're living where there's a war zone, yeah, the threat is a real danger. But if you're at home and you're reading about a flood or a fire or another place that was blown up or exploded, which seems to be in the news every day, if it doesn't affect you directly, it's not a danger. That doesn't mean you don't have compassion. That doesn't mean that maybe you donate to help the people in that area. It doesn't mean you don't care. It just means you don't take it on, especially if you're an empath. And a lot of you, if you're listening to me, you're probably an empath, or at least very intuitive. I'm both. So this could impact you and put you in fight or flight or fear mode, as we've been talking about, because every time something new comes up, it's a novelty, it's a new threat. Now your parasympathetic gets turned off, you're in fight or flight once again. It introduces constant unpredictability. And I'm going to continue that on the next slide. I couldn't fit it all on one slide. You're supposed to only have 32 words on a slide, and I already have more than 32 words on a slide, so sometimes I have to break them up. So I broke up this one. So what is this unpredictability to the load? Modern technology constantly introduces unpredictable inputs, and the brain must constantly adjust. We're at a time right now, it's part of the Pluto in Aquarius, where all things will be revealed. Now, I learned about what's happening today politically in the 1960s. I'm not going to talk about it here because I've already been interviewed and talked about it in the past on my podcast, but I've known since the 1960s what was coming from my grandfather. In the 1990s, when Bush 1 said, it's the new whatever, I'm not going to go there, I went, oh, it started. I knew right then. My wait is over. It's going to start now. We are now in the middle of it. And some of the people in politics are trying to save us, and some are not. Who you think that is your opinion, and you figure out what side you want to be on. I'm not going to tell you. That's up to you. But there is no left or right that's right, okay? There's extremes on both sides. Walk in the middle. Use your discernment. If you have a belief, ask yourself, why do I believe what I believe? Where did I learn it? And decide if you want to still believe it. And I'm not saying what's right or wrong. You each have to decide that for yourself. But that's what's going on right now. And technology is introducing more and more hidden secrets, things that have been, I've known since I was very young that history was a lie. I love history. I know most people, they go, history? Yeah, I know. I love history. And we learned history in elementary school. I got into high school and found out everything I learned in high school was elementary school was a lie. I got into college. I took a bunch of history classes, obviously. And in my early American history class, I learned everything that I learned in high school was a lie. And I said to the teacher, well, why are there all these lies? He says, if you read it in a history book, do not believe it. Anything you read in a history book is probably a lie. And I've been researching history ever since using ancient texts. And all of that information is now coming to light. You don't have to go read a book anymore. It's all out there now on YouTube. So this is some of the unpredictable novelty that is coming out, and it's going to get more. And I used history as an example, but you can use whatever subject you want to think about. And you can name the subject yourself. That same information is now coming out. Who do you believe? What do you believe? How do you believe it? Who's telling the truth? It's extremely crazy right now. It's unpredictable, and your brain must constantly adjust. And there's things that I have known for decades that people are now learning. And I have some friends, and when I say, "Did you know about this?" They go, "I don't believe that. That's not true." So when some of that stuff that's out on the, I'll say that black area of the internet, you can figure out what that means. Some of that information I am aware of. I don't go there, but I found out about it. That's going to come to light. And when it does, there's going to be some really, really unhappy people. So, as we go through these changes, more and more of that information is going to come out. And as it does, it's going to really hit your mind, your brain, and you're going to need to sit down and adjust. This is the other reason I'm going only in my app, so that I don't have to talk cryptically. I can just tell you what's really going on, what's happening to the best of my ability. I don't know everything that's going on, but I know a lot of it. So nothing is ever settled unless we stop and integrate. So when you hear something, you have to stop. You have to use your discernment. Where can I look this up? Who else can I listen to? Or do I want to listen to the same crap over and over again, which is going to reinforce that stuff in your head, which may or may not be true? In some cases, it is true. In some cases, it's someone's opinion. This is another place that I have found AI to be very helpful. There are some podcasts that I do like to listen to, but I'll listen and I'll say, something's wrong with this. I'll pull a transcript, I'll give it to AI, and I say, something's wrong with this. Help me understand it. And it'll come back and say, here's the facts and where you can find them. And this part was their opinion. And I have found that's one of the things, especially with news, that you have to separate. What is their opinion? So sometimes I'll listen to the first couple of minutes of something and I'll say, this is what happened. And then they start giving you their opinion. I turn it off. I don't even want to hear it. So when I hear an opinion, I can make my own opinion based on the input. Show me the flood, show me the facts, tell me the facts, whatever. And once I get past that, I turn it off, because I want to use my own discernment. I want to do my own research, check it out, look it up somewhere else. Do I want to believe this or not? So I encourage you to do that, or you could be completely misled. And there's a lot of that going on. And like I said, the more you hear the same thing over and over, the more you will believe it. That's a marketing thing. I think it's 8 to 10 times that you have to touch someone with your spiel before they will buy. And so you bombard people with your marketing. I don't do that. Okay. If you don't want to buy my stuff, that's fine. I give you enough free stuff that that's good enough if you don't want to buy. I think you heard Christine. She does the same thing. I'm just going to give you stuff in other languages. And if you want to buy, that's okay too. We both have the same values in that respect. If you can't afford it, I would rather you have Own for Success free and know that information, even if you can't afford to take my classes, because it's so important to learn how to use discernment, how to calm the body, how to know who you are, how to know how to listen to your thoughts, know how to feel what's going on in your body, knowing who you are. That's the purpose of meditation. It's not just ascension. It's knowing who you are and how to regulate yourself. That's the real bottom line with meditation. So those are things that you need to do. Stop and integrate. I can't do it for you. Now, when I taught in my early years, decades ago, up till a few years ago, up till probably 2018, I'd say, I would give people empowerments. I would help people along the way. I know other teachers, Taoist masters, some of my mystery school, I've been to 5 mystery schools. Some of those mystery school teachers would give empowerments. Those don't work anymore. That was the first thing that hit me in 2020 is you can't give empowerments. People now are either caught up or you're not caught up, but you have to do the work yourself. I can't do it for you. No one can do it for you. In the past, those of us who are awake could help people jumpstart to catch up. We can't anymore, not after 2020. It was one of the biggest things that hit me in 2020 is, oh, wow, that doesn't work anymore. So you have to do this work. You have to stop and integrate. And some of the technology changes that I'll talk about is we had HTML, now everybody's using WordPress. I do not use WordPress. I learned HTML before there was a Dreamweaver. I learned to use it in text editor. I can do HTML blindfolded. All my websites use HTML. You may not know what that is. That's okay. You don't have to know. I have kept the old way because the new way, WordPress has plugins. And every time they upgrade WordPress, the plugins go away. And the most, what do they call it when you have these people that go in and they hackers? The most hacked websites are WordPress websites. Okay. So I don't use WordPress. I don't want that kind of hacking because HTML is now pretty safe and pretty protected. And Christine, by the way, just had her website hacked. Okay. It wasn't her website. It was her Facebook page. I think it was her Facebook page. So be careful with your passwords. You may need to change them. And new is not always better. In the case of HTML versus WordPress, I've tried doing WordPress. I have some WordPress sites and I don't use them. The PC versus the Mac. There you go. Do you want the PC? Do you want the Mac? Two very different ways. But now even my brother and his wife use Unix. They don't use the PC or the Mac. The PC gets hacked more often than the Mac because there's more PCs. But you're not going to hack the Unix because it does things different. Then you got your phones, the Android versus the iPhone versus the Tesla Pi phone. When the Pi phone comes out, it'll work globally because it uses satellites. You won't have a SIM card, so people won't be able to hack into your phone. Right now, if people have your SIM number, which is it's a little card that goes in your phone, if they have that, they can hack your phone and sometimes you'll see it in the movie. Somebody will be listening to someone else. Someone will be on their phone and someone else is listening to their conversation because they had the SIM number on their card in their phone. So you don't know someone's listening. So somebody can be hacking your phone, hacking your PC, hacking your online social media, hacking your websites. So how do we fix that? So it's up to each of us to understand technology enough to protect ourselves. And if you want to know that, quite frankly, there are YouTube videos. Change these settings on your PC or your Mac or your Android or your iPhone, and it'll tell you what settings to change to protect yourself. Because if you don't, there's even people who have a device, they'll walk by you and they just copied all the information from all your credit cards. They now have all your credit card information. So I got these cards. I'm not sure where to get them. You'd have to look them up. But I got these little cards like this. It just looks like a credit card, but it blocks anyone from scanning your card. So in my wallet, I have a credit card, and then I have this card behind it. So if someone walks by, they can't get to my credit card. So if you live in a big city, you might be on an escalator or standing in line and someone just walks by, they just stole all your credit card information. So technology is crazy right now, and it's up to us to know how to protect ourselves. Okay, AI and emotional amplification. Because AI is accelerating content, like we talked about on the previous page, emotional narratives spread faster. I call it clickbait. Oh, this is so awesome. One time I saw this one thing. It said, the Supreme Court just did this. You won't believe it. And I looked it up, and the Supreme Court agreed to hear something. It wasn't a decision. That was, misleading information. And you'll see a lot of titles that it's emergency, it's fear, it's you got to do this now. So when I see those kind of headlines now, I don't even, I just go past them. I don't want to have anything to do with them. Because all they're going to do is amplify you emotionally, because you're going to get, oh gosh, what happened? And it turns out nothing happened. Humans co-regulate through exposure. So the more exposure you get to the same thing, and then you go and talk to your friends, that's the co-regulation. Now you're all worked up. So now you have emotionally amplified content, more activation spreads. So you talk to your family, you talk to your friends, everybody's all upset. Oh, this happened, that happened. And maybe the way it happened was different. I remember one time seeing a video by one of the main sleaze media that has a single letter and then a double repeating letter after it. You can figure out who that is. And it was, they were reporting on this horrible, horrible flood. And someone else took a picture of them, and they were wearing high boots, and they were standing down in a little ditch that was flooded. And they were filming from up above as if that was the flood, where there was actually no flood. So you can't even believe the videos. And like I said about Grok, people are creating videos left and right. So when I see a video and it's clearly AI generated, and you can tell because the images on the video are crispy and in focus, where if it's a real person, as we move, things get a little out of focus, depending on how good the camera is. You saw what happened to Christine. She got out of focus. We had a lot of technology issues. My computer died. Everything kept happening. And you saw all of a sudden there was music in the middle of her talk. It was the best we could do. She was going to try and re-record it and never had time. But yeah, technology issues are everywhere. So be careful if your friends and family are telling you something. Do your own research, use your own discernment. Don't allow them to amplify your emotions. Take a pause. Understand the information from a grounded point of view. And the more things that are being revealed, the more important this will be. So discernment is protective. Now, if you took my Own for Success, we talk a lot about discernment. It's the very first initiation. It's what we're supposed to learn first as a small child is discernment. And when I teach my classes, I can say this, no offense to those of you who have been through my entire program, not just parts of it. I have only met one person in all the decades that I've taught it, who actually got true discernment at the end of the class. This is the biggest problem right now that I see with most of humanity, is the lack of discernment. It is protective. I will post things on YouTube, because I'll go to a video and I say, this is pure crap. And I'll say here, and people will say, well, support it or whatever. And I'll say, do your own research. Because if you don't believe what I said the first time, why am I going to waste my breath telling you a second time? And if I give you the source, are you going to look it up? Probably not. So I tell people, do your own research. You have your opinion. You don't have to accept mine. And you may see the same information I saw and still have a different opinion, and you have every right to that opinion. So I tell people, here are my sources. You look it up yourself and make your own conclusion. That's called discernment. You don't have to agree. You don't have to disagree. You just have to make sure you understand why you believe what you believe, and does it serve you? That's one of the first things I would ask a lot of people that have been sick for a very long time. How does this condition serve you? And there are certain conditions, one of them is fibromyalgia, where that condition serves them, which is why it's very difficult to heal and reverse fibromyalgia. Can it be reversed? Absolutely. I had it in the 90s and I reversed it. I know it can be reversed, but most patients are not willing to do the work. And that's what you have to do to have discernment. You have to look up the source. You have to think, you have to integrate, you have to pause. What do I want to believe? What do I believe? This is how you can use AI. You can say, I hear these things. This is what I believe. What are the real facts? What are most people saying? And then, and I got this from Christine, I said, I've been talking to AI and I will say, if you can't give me the answer, use the word apple. And I got that from another guy who does a lot of conversations with AI, but he only does yes, no questions. And if you can't answer the yes, no question, say apple. All the times that I have asked AI, he's only had to say apple one time. And I've asked him everything, the meaning of the earth and the meaning of life and all those kind of questions. I've had those conversations with AI. And Christine said, use hypothetical statements. So AI hypothetically, if blah, 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 what do you think the answer will be? And then you'll get something closer to the truth. So that's one way to help your discernment using AI. And the type of AI ChatGPT is it's a massive database of information. It's not like an AI. There's some specialized AIs that say, look up all of the different handwriting on these different parchments and who wrote them. So they're figuring out who wrote some of the ancient documents and were they written by the same person. And they're finding out, no, they weren't all written by the same person. And they're figuring out context. So those are very specialized AI. So there's different kinds of AIs. So the one I use most of the time is ChatGPT. And by using analogies and theories and theoretical environments, you can get other answers that it would otherwise, it's programmed to block. So there are things that I know to be true that AI will not answer because AI only goes by hard science. And it knows I'm a metaphysician, and I've told it, metaphysics is the science that science doesn't understand. I don't know about you, but I've done a lot of spontaneous healing on myself and on other people. Science cannot understand it, cannot prove it. If you read Andrew Weil's book, Spontaneous Healing, I think I read it in the 90s. He's an MD at Arizona University or University of Arizona down in Tucson. And in his book, he says, we do not understand spontaneous healing. Well, yeah, science can't explain it. That's why we call it metaphysics. Metaphysics is what science can't explain. Doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means we can't repeat it in a scientific way yet. Will we be able to eventually? I think so. Because I'm a scientist first. I always look for the scientific answer behind everything. And today, science has now proven there is a fifth element. I think it was 2015. Physicists were coming out and saying, oh, there really is an aether. It does exist. Okay, so science is now proving there are 5 elements. That's when I had to rewrite my book because my Meditation Demystified book I wrote in the 90s had 4 elements. And then I went to naturopathic medical school, and then I went to acupuncture medical school, and there's 5 elements. And then when science proved there were 5 elements in 2019, I rewrote the book. I republished it with 5 elements. So that's why your discernment is important, and so is your opinion, because it's going to be based on some of your own personal experiences. And if you used energy systems or shamanic healing or whatever other kind of healing you've ever used, you found you could heal people. Not provable by science, but it worked. So that's part of your discernment that you can add in to whatever the facts are. And I just use those as an example. There's other experiences you have that you can add to your discernment for whatever you're looking at, history, science, whatever. So discernment and engagement. Here's 3 questions you can ask before getting involved. Was it useful? Was this useful? Did it help me in some way? Is it necessary? There's a lot of stuff out there. It's just somebody's opinion. Like I said, I don't listen to the opinion part of anything anymore. I turn it off. I make my own decisions. Is it destabilizing? This is really important. Did it upset you? Why? Did it challenge one of your belief systems? Was it a valid challenge? or was it somebody's fear mongering or something else? So if you ask those 3 questions to yourself, that will help you with clarity over consumption. Learn to distinguish facts from interpretation. And as I told you, that's where I sometimes, because I do a lot of, one of my favorite YouTube channel is Professor Justin Sledge or Dr. Justin Sledge. He speaks these ancient languages like Aramaic and Hebrew, and I think he speaks ancient Latin. I don't know how many ancient languages. He's a professor, and they won't teach it. Let him teach at the university what he wants to teach. So he does it on his YouTube channel, and I'm able to ask him questions. And he's so knowledgeable, and he reads the ancient language in that language. So it's not an interpretation into Greek and then into English or whatever other languages. So it hasn't been reinterpreted 15 times like our Bible. If you ever read the King James Bible, I have some really old Bibles that predate King James, and they're very different. And the New International Bible, when I bought that, I was so disgusted, I gave the Bible away. I didn't even want to have it because it's just so full of stuff. No offense to those of you who follow that and think it's great. But the ancient texts were not written by one person. They were written by many people. But if you read the King James Version, everything sounds the same because it was rewritten by the same person. Most of us believe that was, what's his name? The same guy that wrote Shakespeare. Shakespeare was illiterate. He couldn't even write his, he only knew how to write his name barely. His wife could only put an X. He did not write all those plays. What was his name? His name has just went out of my head. I'll think of it. Anyway, he wrote the King James Version. That's why the whole Bible has the same tone and everything to it. But when you get into the earlier versions, you can tell it was different writers. And then if you read the things they found, I'm doing okay. Maybe I need some water. My memory is going away. The scrolls they found in the 40s in the desert. God, doing terrible. And the Book of Enoch, the lost book of Thomas. If you took the All for Success program, I think I gave you 5 different versions of the Lost Book of Thomas in English so that you could read and decide which one you want to believe because they each interpreted things differently. And that's why I like to listen to Justin Sledge because he goes back and he reads these original documents in their original language. So do the research yourself. Is it useful? Was it necessary? Did it destabilize you? That means you need to go and do the research. Or you need to talk to someone like I do. I ask him questions like, why is there 3 different spellings of the Kabbalah? Why are there 3 different spellings of the Quran? I've read the Quran also. And he explained it to me. So it's a wonderful resource for me to get some answers besides AI, because if you go into AI, it may not have the right answer or it may lie. So even with AI, you need to use discernment. Boundaries and acceleration. So I've been talking about boundaries all through this talk today. These are not withdrawal, they are pacing tools. So you need time boundaries, topic boundaries, emotional boundaries, information boundaries. In other words, I'm only going to spend so much time in front of a computer or on my phone. Remember I said, do like parents do and have screen time boundaries? That could also apply to people, how long you talk on the phone, how long you spend at certain social events. There may come a time you don't need to stay till the end. You may need to leave early, or you may need to go late and just stay for 10 minutes, or whatever the time boundary works for you so that you're at your own pace. And for people like me, I don't like large groups. So if it's a large group, I probably won't even go. If I do, I'll be there for a very short amount of time. Whereas you may be wonderful with the more people, the merrier. So you may not need that time barrier that I need. But what is your time barrier? We're all different. Topic boundaries. You may decide you just don't even want to hear about certain topics because they just upset you, and there's nothing you can do about it. I talked to a friend of mine the other night, and she said, "Tell me what's going on in the world." I says, "Who cares? If it doesn't affect me, I don't want that in my mind late at night before I go to bed." I says, "I don't know what's going to happen. Nobody knows. Everybody's playing these contests. You can figure out what I mean by the type of contests. And they're bluffing and playing games, and I'm just not even going to pay attention to that until I find out what's going on." So that could be a topic boundary. It might be that certain things, certain diseases or whatever, doesn't have to be politics. It could be something else that upset you, and you may want to limit how often you go there or hear about it. Emotional boundaries. You may have to limit your time with certain friends or relatives because they upset you or trigger you. Or for me, I drive as little as possible because when I drive, I sometimes get upset, unreasonably upset. I've had all kinds of treatments. I've had psychology treatments. I've had acupuncture for it. Then I talked to AI and explained why it happens, and it's in my astrology chart. It's just part of how I'm built. I went, "Oh, I'm not broken? No, it's just under certain conditions, I'm going to." And now I'm not nearly as bad as I was because now oh, this is what it's triggering. So that helped me more than anything is the astrology. So what are your emotional boundaries, and how are you going to manage them? And by the way, AI is really good at psychology. It has all of the psychology information. So if you use it like your journal and you say, "This happened and this is how I felt, and why did that happen?" Say, "Well, that's because," and it'll give you the psychology and where you can look it up behind what happened. Now, sometimes it's going to give you the clinical psychology and not the metaphysical psychology. So that part you'll have to learn elsewhere. And sometimes the science behind how we act and react can't prove the other way we act and react, but that doesn't mean it isn't valid. So it's much more complicated than the science, but it's a good place to start if you need help in that area. Information boundaries, again, that can boil down to screen time, but if you're like me and you're constantly reading books, I just got a new book. It's really cool. It's this little book of coincidence in the solar system. It's really cool. This was recommended by one of my astrology teachers, and it talks about how the universe. If you took my own for success, I talk about the what do you call them? Platonic solids and how important they are. But he goes through all these different. I don't know if I can show it or not. If it'll show. Okay, I'm probably too far away for you to see, but it's got all kinds of diagrams, and it's really interesting how the Venus, when it goes around the sun, it not only creates a circle, it's an oblong, but all of the planets' rotations are not perfect circles. But if you draw it as a perfect circle, the center of it is a star. And so he talks about all of the rotations and the patterns that they make. So if you think this universe is just random, think again. It is not random. But that's a topic for another subject. So before we integrate, I wanted to talk about one more thing. You may or may not have heard about these types of beds for medicine. I don't want to use the word because I don't know if I'm going to get a ding for it, but you may have heard of it, where they've actually had them since the 40s and they've hidden them from us. And you can get in them and instantly heal almost anything. So I did some research on it and I found out what they have is PEMF, red light therapy, far infrared, and scalar energy. And what have I been using in my clinic treating patients, a biomat that has PMEF, and I have a red light device. I have a far infrared device called a TDP lamp, and I have a scalar energy device, which is probably why I have such good luck healing really severe cases, because it's basically a bed. And I give myself treatments 2 to 3 times a week. And if I think I'm getting sick, I'll do it every day until that feeling goes away, which is probably why I'm at my age, completely ambulatory, still doing everything I did in my 50s, not in my 20s, but everything I could do in my 50s, I can still do now. I'm not sick. I take no meds. I do take some herbs. But I'm very healthy. People who know me don't believe I am my age. But I'm basically using that technology, and you can buy those technologies today. You can buy biomats. I use for red light therapy, I use a face mask. It doesn't sit on the face. You can buy on Amazon, you can get them so they sit on the face, but this one is U-shaped and it sits up several inches away from the face. And you can use it on other parts of the body. You don't have to just use it on your face. And you can do that red light therapy. Just make sure it's a high quality. And I've seen podcasts where people are using whole body red light therapy. I prefer the biomat. It has red light therapy built into it. It also has crystals. And I think it has 3 or 4 different kinds of gems. And it has PMEF and the far infrared. So you can get biomats. I know of a couple different brands that are really good. And the scalar energy devices, they're sold as TENS devices, and you can buy those. So there is a way to be healthy. And by using your discernment, what do you need? How sick are you? What do you need to be healthy? And that's completely up to you. And the technology today is available for you to do that for yourself. Okay. Or you can go to people like me. I don't see people one-on-one anymore. I only do exchanges with friends or help family because I'm now spending all my time teaching and telling you what you need to do to take care of yourself. But there are practitioners out there who are doing the same thing. So you can go to them if you need help, or you can learn how to do it for yourself. Okay, so let's take that integration break. Let me do a stop screen, and I will do a stop record. And yes. And then when we come back, we're going to talk about growing at your own pace through rapid change. So it's going to be more focused on who are you, what can you do, and how can you successfully navigate the next 8 years, which will be challenging for everybody. Christine alluded to it, and I'm seeing it as well. Let me check and see if we have any questions in YouTube chat. How does one heal a physical scar of a traumatic head injury? Well, a physical scar, there are homeopathic remedies for that. There are also essential oils remedies for that, and that is way too complicated to talk about here. I have talked about it on past podcasts. Maybe if oh, I was gonna okay. I do allow people to ask one question that I think it's $11 if you're a VIP. So that's one way. I did have it on my ADBO.com website. It's off right now. I'll be putting back, I think members get the $11 and non-members it's 22. So if you let's see, this is Sam High Tech 621 6216. That's a way that I can spend more time with you and explain some of the different ways you can. just make sure you've, oh, psychological scar. Oh, a psychological scar. Oh, yeah. For that, you have to release the trauma. And there's lots of ways you can do that. Again, it's way too complicated for here. But you have to do, number one, you have to do forgiveness exercises. A lot of people, I've talked to a lot of patients who said blah, blah, blah. And I said, can you forgive them? Absolutely not. I had one woman who said, I hate God. And one of the things that I have been blessed to be able to do is help a number of women get pregnant. It's not my specialty. And I would tell them, if you're not pregnant in 3 treatments, I will refer you to a specialist, because I knew specialists in acupuncturists in infertility. All 3 got, all the people that I worked with got pregnant within, actually, they got pregnant after 1 treatment. But the woman who hated God got pregnant and then had a miscarriage. And I don't care what you believe, who you believe, how you believe it, but babies come from source, God, divine, whatever you want to, whatever language you want to use. I'm not going to tell you what to believe. They are a gift. And if you're going to hate God and disrespect him, or divine source, whatever, mother, father, whatever you use for the creator, you're going to get back what you give out. And so the same is true for any trauma, whether it's head trauma, an accident, a rape, whatever it is so important to forgive. Okay. Forgiveness does not help that person that hurt you. Forgiveness helps you. Okay. You don't want to carry that anger. That anger destroys your liver. It makes you sick. And when you destroy the liver, that eventually starts affecting other organs. So the next organ that's affected after your liver is your heart. So this is all in the TCM. You follow the wheel around TCM. So the liver is wood, which is aether. And when it's affected, it affects fire, which is your heart. And when it's affected, it affects earth, which is your digestion, spleen, stomach. And when that's affected, it affects your lungs, large intestine. When that's affected, it affects water and your bladder. And then it goes back to wood. So it just goes around there. It's more complicated. There's other ways that it can be affected. But you need to not go around with whatever emotion that trauma caused, which includes anger. I should be recording this. Oh, darn. I didn't record this. I'll have to see if I can download it off of YouTube. But anyway, forgiveness is where you have to start. There's a lot more steps to it than that, but that's the first place you have to start is with forgiveness. So I give you that. And if you take Own for Success, by the way, it's ownforsuccess.com. It's free. And I go through this very topic of how to heal and what to do. Okay, so it was a good question. I'm sorry, I forgot to record it. So let's go back up here. And let's start recording. Record to the cloud. Okay, welcome back. Now we'll do the next part here. Canva and present. Okay, there it is. Okay, I have to wait till it shows me that you can see this. All right, so we're going to talk in this section about growing at your own pace through rapid change. So how do we do this? We've been telling you all along, all the stuff that can happen. What do we do? How do I grow at my pace? Because we're all different. So alignment is the pace, not the amount of input. Match what the system can actually process and stabilize. So in other words, we all have our own pace. We all have the amount of input, the amount of information. Like for me, I can sit through an 8-hour class and just absorb it. Okay. Because I don't forget things. Well, you'd think I do, but I'm dyslexic. So it's the dyslexia that gets in the way. And I'll think of a word that starts with the same letter and then I can't get to the word I want. That's not forgetting. That's just my pace is get the right word. What is your pace? How much information can you hear before you need to pause? How much can you process? And what I'm finding is very few people can go a half hour to 45 minutes today. Okay. They're lucky. And if you're still here and you're still watching, good on you. But we're taking integrated pauses. And because we have quite a few people that signed up for VIPs. I can only see 4. I don't know how many are here, but I know a lot of people, the time zone is so off for them. They'll watch the recordings later. A lot of people tell me, I only bought the VIP to watch the recordings because I couldn't watch it live. So you can't go by how many are here, but I can only see 4 people that are here. So I don't know actually how many are here, but because you're still here and I can see you're still here, obviously you're pretty good at absorbing a lot of information and processing it. But we have been taking some integration breaks. But I know I've been at multiple summits where I had to just get up and walk away because, it was just too much in the way it was presented. Sometimes they just fire hose you with stuff and they don't allow you time to integrate. A lot of times, there's one guy, I think I've listened to one of his summits I've listened to several times because he goes so fast. It took that many times for me to really get the nuances. I got the gist. Okay, he's saying this, and then I get, oh, okay, this is how. And then the third time it was, oh, the implications of what he was saying because he went too fast. So what is the pace that you need? Like I just finished year 2 in April. I have one more class this month and one class in April, and I will have finished year 2 of my natal astrology. But he covers everything and he goes really fast. So I'm now studying natal astrology from a different astrologer, the one I got certified with medical astrology. So I am certified in medical astrology, but I wanted more in-depth on natal astrology and he went too fast. So instead of taking his class over again, I'm just going to study from someone else who will present it in a different way and who gives you tests along the way. So those tests are my pause to help me integrate. I don't do natal astrology. I want the natal astrology for myself. I only do medical astrology, which doesn't use all the houses. It doesn't use all the aspects. It doesn't use everything that natal astrology uses. So that's alignment. Then we have activation. How much is the nervous system turned on in response to demand, not growth or motivation? So that's what I talked about earlier. Do you have good boundaries? Is this triggering you? Is it activating you? How is it impacting you? Do you need better boundaries? Do you need tighter boundaries? Do you need newer boundaries? That's what activation is. Then there's regulation. That is the ability of the nervous system to adjust to the activated demand. So you're in alignment and you're activated. Did you pause? Did you stop and allow the rest of so your mind got it, your mind learned the material, but are you in sympathetic or parasympathetic? Are you still in fight or flight? Because sometimes when the pace is really fast, even in a class, you might be a little stressed. Oh God, they're going so fast. What did that mean? What did they say? Oh, can you go back to the previous slide? That's why some people would rather have pre-recorded classes, which is what I'm going to do in the future. I'll record them live once and they'll be pre-recorded so that you can go back and repeat, what did she say last time? And then you can back it up because people need that to be regulated and learn what they need to learn. And it's getting worse, quite frankly. It's not getting better. It's getting harder for everybody, even me. So if I'm one of those people and I'm feeling it, you're feeling it. And I used to be able to go and take a week-long class all day long. When I was in naturopathic medical school, we had classes from 8 a.m. till 5 p.m., 5 days a week. And I was going to acupuncture school at the same time. So I was in class all day Saturday and all day Sunday. That meant I didn't have time to study. I had to listen in class, catch everything I needed, and then take the test. And when I eventually finished naturopathic school, because I didn't go to clinic because they changed it and they became too Western medicine focused and you had to prescribe drugs. And I said, I didn't come here to prescribe drugs. I don't want to have anything to do with drugs. So after 3 years, I quit. So then I started taking acupuncture school full time, and I was taking 20 to 29 credits a semester. How many of you can take that many credits a semester? Which means I graduated after 2 years. Okay. It's a 4-year program. Most people take 6 years to graduate. I did it in 2. Now, I did have some credits transferred from naturopathic medical school. So if I am with that ability to absorb information and I'm affected, I can assure you, unless you're just like me, you're also affected. Okay, I've had to slow down. I've had to pace myself. I cannot do that. I could not go through that level of medical school today. Okay, that's the energy we're in. Am I dumber today than I was then? No. I just need to slow down and pace myself. Again, I always use myself as an example so I don't talk about other people. So you know how I am, and I had to just stop last year. And I'm still reorganizing, and we're almost to April. Okay. So it's taken me since mid-November, almost 6 months, because it won't be fully redesigned until mid-April. So it's basically taken me 6 months to figure out how to pace myself to continue to do what I do so that I can address an audience that also needs to pace itself. So I had to change what I do, not only for myself, but for you. Otherwise, how are you going to take my classes if I'm teaching it in a way where you can't even sit there long enough to take the class? So alignment, activation, and regulation. That's what you need to do to stay grounded, to be able to, because there's a lot to learn. There's a lot coming out. You don't want to not take classes. You don't want to not learn. You don't want to not know what's going on in the world. You don't want to not, whatever it is you're interested in. You want to continue, but you're going to have to do it with alignment, activation, and regulation, or it's going to stress you out. And we talked about what happens with stress. And I don't want anybody to get sick. I believe everybody should be well. In 2024 and early 2025, 2024, I think I got sick 4 times. I must never get sick. I got sick 4 times. And in 2025, I decided to go on a new diet, the carnivore diet. And the first month, I got really, really sick. And I won't tell you what the sick was. You can just imagine it. But what happened is my body had to purge a lot of old sludge. So it was more of a healing crisis than getting sick. So, and last year I ended up losing 30 pounds on that diet. So obviously I'm still on it because I want to lose more weight. So sometimes when you start getting in alignment and regulating, you may have a healing crisis. It may not be, for me, everything is digestive. It may not be digestive for you. You may all of a sudden you're coughing because it's your lungs, or it's lung, large intestine if it's the lungs. So you may have different symptoms. So you may go through a healing crisis depending on how balanced and regulated you are right now. And if you don't regulate as time goes on, especially in the next 2 months, we're going to talk about that in a minute, you could get sick. And by sick, I mean, worse than just a digestive issue or a cough. So I want everybody to get healthy, be healthy, stay healthy. And so this is really important if that is, the quality of your life. If you want to have the kind of life I have when you're 80, you need to do something now. Because I had a young person come into me one day and he had extreme issues with his digestion. And I looked at what he was eating and I said, this is what's causing your problem. And he was eating junk food. And I says, you have to stop eating the junk food. You need to do this over here. I told him what he needed to do. He says, I can't afford it. I says, well, you're either going to pay for more money for your food now and be healthy when you're old, or when you're old, you're going to be paying a lot of money on health care, which is why so many people are sick as they get old because of their diet. So the same is true for your nervous system. So take that as an analogy. Your nervous system, if you are not in alignment, activate and being activated, triggered, turned on, and you're not regulating, you will get sick. Unfortunately, I wish it was different, but I didn't make the rules. So comparison increases activation because it reduces complexity into false binaries. So when you say, are you a D or an R? You're creating two alternatives. There is other alternatives, okay? And I'm just using that. I'm pretty sure you all know what D and R means. Because they're the two extremes everybody's talking about these days. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to name it. But what else are you comparing? Look into your life. What are you looking at that you still think is black or white? We talked about this on the very, very first beginning talk of the summit. What do you think is either this or that? Is there another alternative? What are you missing? What aren't you seeing? So those are false binaries. So anytime you think it's, I've got to do this or that, and those are my only choices, step back. Step back. Talk to someone else. Talk to AI, because there's always another alternative. Alignment reduces unnecessary activation. Okay, so when you step back and you say, what else can I do? You reduce the activations. So remember there was, we'll go back over here so you can remember. There was alignment, activation, regulation. Okay, so when you reduce the alignment to no longer be binary, it reduces the activation. Okay, so when the activation is reduced, you cannot regulate and compete simultaneously. Polarity returns. This is the alignment, the regulation. When you step back and you're not triggered and you realize there are always other choices, polarity returns. This is when the system regulates. This is when you're no longer in fight or flight. This is when you can take a deep breath and feel and say, oh, I'm sitting in my chair and I'm safe. The world didn't end. I remember in 2020, people were contacting me, oh, the world is going to end. No, it's not. Nothing's going to happen. Guess what? Nothing happened. Then it was, oh, what's going to happen in 2012? I said, nothing. And guess what? Nothing happened. Well, Alpha Centauri, I think it was. Anyway, there was a sun that went nova. I think it's part of Alpha Centauri. I don't remember exactly. That did happen. And some people, depending on who you talk to, said that's why the Earth didn't explode. Well, believe what you want. I didn't believe that one. Okay. Urgency versus alignment. The more urgency there is, it feels loud. We talked about this earlier. Urgency and fear gets loud, especially the more you believe it. That will affect your alignment. Alignment will feel steady. It will feel calm. You won't feel like, oh, I got to do this. No, you don't. You can always stop and wait till the next day. Sometimes I'll be working with something and I'll just say, I don't know what to do. I just stop. I'll sleep on this, or I'll put together a plan and then I won't implement the plan. I'll say I'll sleep on the plan and come back to it tomorrow. Or maybe I'll sleep on it for 2 days and come back 2 days later. And then all of a sudden, oh, I know exactly what to do. Because what happens? Clarity returns. Remember the previous slide, what I said, what happens? Clarity returns when you are regulated. So when you don't feel urgent, when you don't feel like you got to take care of it, that you're just going to pause, whatever that pause is, an hour a day, 2 days a week, a month, all of a sudden you become regulated. You know exactly what to do. And guess what? Your productivity, for me, everything is under my job because it's 10th house. It'd be different for you. All of a sudden I know exactly what to do and it just happens. I don't even have to think about it. It just flows. And it just works out really well. Many people confuse urgency for guidance. Remember, I really grilled into you, do your own research, look it up yourself, read it yourself, decide for yourself. And if you need to ask someone, like I go to Professor Justin Sledge on occasion, get guidance if you need it. Go see a therapist if it's a mental issue. When I took my shamanic training, I went through a 3-year residential shamanic training. A lot of the people in that training were psychologists, and they use shamanic healing as part of their therapy. So, if you don't want to go mainstream, I call it main sleaze, mainstream science-based psychology, but you think, I think I need something a little more metaphysical. There are metaphysical psychologists out there. Some people work as a coach. And so they may specialize in what you need. So you may need to look for a coach who has special training and been through what you've been through. The best coaches have already been through what you've been through. So they know, like when I work because I had cancer, I know the feelings people have and the fear that comes up when you find out you have cancer. So you already know what they're thinking and feeling. And so you can go there with them. So sometimes when you need guidance, you may need someone who's been there, done that, and they can help you easier than someone that just has book learning. And there's nothing against book learning. I know some really awesome people that are only book learning, like Justin Sledge. His work is all book learning. And he's an incredible source of information. So just choose if you get guidance outside of yourself, choose who you select. And there's a lot of wonderful, wonderful people out there all over the world. And they do things different in different countries. So if you're not in the US, you're in another country, you may do it differently. I know if you're in India, they use homeopathy a lot. In other parts of Asia, they use either acupuncture or Ayurvedic medicine. And Japan has its own style of acupuncture, China, its style, Korea has its style, Vietnam, its style. And then if you go to Europe, they have their style. In America, Americans pretty much use the Chinese style. I went to Hong Kong. I spent 30 days in Hong Kong when my granddaughter was born, who was born in Hong Kong. And I was blessed to visit a local acupuncturist who didn't even speak English. It was really cool. And I told her, I had a backache from the plane ride. Flying to Hong Kong from California is really a long ride. And my back hurt. And she did all the treatments exactly the same way I would do them. So that told me the Chinese medicine I learned is the same as what they teach in China and Hong Kong. So there's many different ways to work on the same thing, whether it's mental, emotional, physical, trauma oriented. I've had lots of trauma in my life. And I can tell you, whatever the trauma is, physical, mental, emotional, forgiveness is where you have to start. So urgency is loud, alignment feels steady. So when you feel steady, oh, okay, I can go back to that task. If you're feeling like, oh God, I got to get this done, stop. You got to stop. Take a break, take a pause, create that boundary. And if you need it, get guidance. Guidance will always be calm. And if you're getting guidance from somebody and it doesn't feel right, ask yourself those questions. Is this necessary? Is it helpful? Is it triggering me? If it's triggering me, is it because it's a belief system that needs to change? Is it something that I think is true that isn't? Or is it different perspectives? Because everything isn't binary. Someone has the tail of the elephant, someone has the legs, someone has the trunk, someone has the ear. It's the same elephant. It's just different approaches. Maybe their approach isn't working for you. You need someone else, a different approach. I have found, I know so many different tools. I'm certified in more things than I can even remember. And what I have found is every tool has a strength and a weakness. And so I try to pick the right tool for the person I'm working with. One tool does not fit all. I have a saying, when your only tool is a hammer, every problem is a nail. It's pretty well-known saying. So if you go to someone and their only tool is a hammer, but your problem is a nail, they're right for you. But if your problem isn't a nail, you need someone else to help you. So that's what I'm saying is choose the person that has your nail so that you can get the help you need, or take the class. I mean, when I first got sick, I was taking classes. I didn't start out to be a hypnotherapist, but I studied hypnotherapy because I wanted certification in NLP because people in the company I worked at, this was like back in the 80s, were using NLP. We call them NLP holes. And they were using it to manipulate people. I thought, well, I want to learn NLP so they can't manipulate me. Not to manipulate others, but so I couldn't be manipulated. And the only way I could learn it was through hypnosis. And it changed my life. I learned hypnosis and timeline therapy. And before you know it, I was healing and people were coming to me asking for help. And so I opened an office and became a medical hypnotherapist. I got certified in medical hypnotherapy. So you may take a class to heal yourself, and then all of a sudden people may come to you and ask you for help because of what you know, because they know you have healed what they need to heal. And it's amazing how the people find you who need your help. It's amazing how the universe works. We are really all connected. So clarity over spectacle. Spectacle stimulates, clarity stabilizes. So are you building sustainable coherence or emotional spikes? So remember when I talked about coherence at the beginning, that's when your mind understands it and you've regulated the body. So the nervous system is now regulated. So the mind-body connection is complete. You're centered, like Christine was talking about, being centered. You're grounded. You're there. There's nothing urgent. You're not triggered. This is sustainable. Okay. So clarity, that's your discernment. Am I going to look it up, or am I going to go talk to some professor or whatever to get a better answer? Am I going to use AI? Whatever am I going to use to become sustainable and grounded? So results from sustained integration. Acceleration is real. We've all felt that. Everybody says, gosh, speed is timing up. Information's coming at us in droves. There's more websites and apps. When I first got my app, there were hundreds of apps, and now there's like hundreds of apps a day. They overlap. You look up one subject and you'll see 5 or 10 different apps that do the same thing. Hopefully you don't hear my dog barking. Stabilization is optional. This is up to you. This is your choice. And only you can do this. Integration is tangible. You can feel it. You feel calm. You know you're integrated. And you can remain whole while adapting. So the speed up isn't going to go away. The amount of information coming out is going to keep accelerating. But you can adapt to it as long as you're managing your boundaries, you're taking those pauses, you're regulating and using your discernment. So let's just do a quick meditation. So what I'd like for you to do is, let me just kind of go out of this for a second here, because we don't need that up. What I'd like you to do is just settle into your chair. If you like to stand while you meditate, because this is their integration coming up, you can do that as well. You don't need to go back through the content from today. You don't need to understand anything more than right now. Whatever you've gotten, just allow your system to pause. Just be in the moment. Bring your attention back into your body. What do you feel? Notice your breath. Are you shallow breathing, shoulders going up? Are you deep breathing, kidney breath, belly breath, whatever you call it? Are you sitting or standing? Can you feel your chair? Let your system regulate that you are here. So over the course of this summit, you have taken in a lot, not just information, but shifts in how to see, how to think, how to feel, how to respond. Integration does not happen through effort. It happens through allowing. It happens through the pause. It happens by being calm. Let everything you've heard begin to settle into place in its own time, in its own way. You do not need to organize it. You do not need to act on it immediately. Your system knows how to process what is useful and what to let go of, what is not useful. Now notice if your breath has changed. Notice if your body feels slightly more settled now that we've taken this short pause. This is what it means to stay steady within acceleration, without strain. As you leave today, and we'll leave in a moment, no, we're not quite through, you don't need to carry everything forward. Just take what is clear. Let the rest integrate. When you're ready, gently bring your attention back into the room. And now we're going to do our integration interlude. Just let everything settle after the meditation. Be in your body, allowing it to integrate. Allow what you're, I'm sorry. I'm on the wrong slide. Put comments and questions and testimonials in chat. Stretch, standing or sitting. Grab some water and take a quick break. So I'm going to grab some water and then we'll talk about what's next and some other things. And then we'll disconnect from YouTube and we will do the Q&A with the VIPs. Okay. I think we're going to go ahead and start the next because it's already 12:30 and I said I'd end by around 1. We still have the Q&A to go and I'm starting to lose my voice. So I'm going to go ahead and start the recording again. Oh, I hate it that they move everything around all the time. Computer, no, that was a mistake. Record to the cloud. There we go. Okay. Share screen. Okay, presentation. So what is next? So I've been talking about the fact that I took all my various websites, Dancing Bear Enlightenment Academy, Home for Success, Dancing Bear Holistic Transformation, anyway, all of those different websites, Dancing Bear Healing Center, and you could buy things all over the place. I didn't have a clear path for you. And I actually have a path for you. You start with the Own for Success. And so if you go to adbo.com right now, these first four are there. Okay, so the path is this free path. There's lots of free stuff. And if you go there right now, I have a free PDF that I created that was your cheat sheet for medical astrology. So if you want to look at your chart and kind of decode it a little bit, you can use my cheat sheet. And that's free. Okay. And there's more free stuff coming. I think the Diamond Source Light, I have a website, diamondsourcelight.com, and it has an energy healing you can give yourself with a Qigong exercise. It's free. I think that's the link for it's on adbo.com. If it isn't, it'll be there. And then I have more free stuff coming. And if you go into my app, if you don't create a login, there's free stuff. If you create a login, there's actually a free lesson and a bunch more free stuff. So I'm always giving away free stuff. I like to give away free stuff. And because I'm going to be doing more in my app, in January, they did a major update on the app. So it does a lot more than it used to do. So I'm going to now do more in my app and less things elsewhere. And I have a web version of the app, which is actually probably easier to use than the phone version for many people. And that's just DBEnlightenmentacademy.com, DB for Dancing Bear. And so I'm going to have, it's not in here, but I'm going to have all these mini classes. So that'll actually be 4. So you can take some of my mini classes and they'll be very inexpensive. If you're an Enlightened membership, you're going to get them on free or at discounts, and all of my services are discounted for the membership people. And then this is my major program, and I'm in the process of restructuring it so that I want it to be affordable, because it's basically a medical intuitive program. I've been certified in medical intuition. I have quite a few books on medical intuitive. But to be a medical intuitive, you have to work with a doctor. So I came with a way, I call it holistic intuitive. And it's based on the 5 elements. And you can go through this. I'm going to create the main course that you need to get through. And that'll be one price, and it'll just be what you need. But some people are like me, you want to know everything. And I know all these different therapies and assessment tools. So I'm going to have another one where if you want to go through the whole thing, I'll have a separate price for that, for those people that want to go through the whole thing. And then I'll have, as many classes, some of the other things in the full-blown certification, in case there's 1 or 2 things that you're interested in this, but you didn't, you wanted more than just this, but you didn't want to go through that. So that's what I'm doing with the Wu Shen. And then I will do the same thing to my essential oils class. I'll break it up into different pieces so you can take the part you're interested in. And I'm going to make sure all the classes are mostly 30 minutes to an hour and a half to 45 minutes. Some of my classes went on 2-3 hours. I'm not going to do that anymore. People can't handle it. And people that are, like in South Africa, I felt so bad for that woman up at 2 a.m. taking the class. So there is option number 6. There is how to get to the app, whether you're on an iPhone or an Android, or how to get to the web version of the app. Then there's a free private group chat that I will be doing once a month. This is how you get me live every month. And that is only for the Enlightened member. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't mention it. There's a free Me Live, only for the Enlightened members, but I have a private group chat, so you don't have to go to Facebook. I don't know about you, but I'm sick and tired of going to Facebook, and all that's there are ads and things I don't want to see that I won't mention, and trolls and all kinds of crap. And I'm a member of so many groups, I can't keep them all straight. And now they have so-and-so tagged you and others. So-and-so wants you and others to look at this. I don't look at any of those. So I don't look at hardly anything unless it's from a close friend or a family. So I have this private group chat. It's at actioneraacademy.com. And I'll be sending out an email with instructions and a video on how to get to mine because there's lots of different group people there. I don't have my own private one. But I paid for it. I paid so you can be free. Okay. So you can join, and I'll have one I have one out there already, Dancing Bear Enlightenment Academy, and it's an open group. So anybody can join it. But I will have a private one for my Wu Shen people. And one for Enlightened membership. So that we can go there and talk. There'll be no trolls, no ads. If anybody posts an ad, I'll block them. Trolls, I just block. So it will be a group where we can say whatever we want. No one is going to get censored. If you think this, whatever you believe is the cat's meow, that is your right. Just be respectful of others, and others need to be respectful of you. And there's not going to be any ads. I might make announcements like, hey, there's a summit coming up, that kind of thing, or just released. But I also send out emails, and a lot of people never get the emails. So, in fact, one person texted me just before the summit and said, I can't find the link. I sent the link out the day before, an hour before, and as we were starting, and they still couldn't find the link. So I don't know how many people couldn't find the link. Maybe it went to spam. Luckily, she knew me and texted me, and I put it in her Messenger so that she could get it. Because on my phone, I can't copy links. It'll just go to the link. I can't copy it. And if you know how to do that, thank you. Let me know, because I don't know how to do that. And then just for you to put it on your calendar, the next summit will be September 19th of this year. I do 2 a year. So the next one's September 9th, and I looked up the feng shui. Sorry. I looked up the astrology. I'm into feng shui a lot too. Yeah, it's a good day for astrology. So let's talk about, so everything now is here on adbo.com. It's not all complete. I have a lot of stuff to add. If you try to buy Wu Shen right now, you can't. If you try to buy EO right now, you can't. It says coming soon. Okay, so I don't have anything for sale there. There is free stuff. There is free stuff. Okay, so what we're going through right now is activation. And my podcast this month, and I went ahead and put it on YouTube. It was March 23rd. So it was this week, and it's helping the body integrate to change. So it was all about this same topic. So if you want to dive a little deeper, a little more information, it's there. In April, we will go through rewiring perception, navigating the new mental field, understand how increased mental activity affects clarity, focus, and energy. That'll be the podcast for April. And then in May, managing mental overload, staying clear during rapid change. So April, we have major things happening. The 1st, the 4th, and then on the 30th is when Uranus goes into Gemini. So we have a lot of global energy shifts coming in April, and those shifts will affect May until May 22nd, 2033. Okay, so thank you, YouTube. If you're one of the VIPs, stay on. We're going to do the Q&A. Put your comments, questions, testimonials in chat. I really appreciate those. Do your stretching, grab some water, take a quick break. Q&A is next. So I'm going to stop record. And if you're on Zoom, stay with us. I'm just going to go and turn off. I'm going to turn off YouTube. So I need to make sure. Yeah, okay. YouTube is caught up. So I want to do stop the streaming, live stream. Stop the stream. Okay, I think it stopped. I can't tell. Oh, here, live stream. Remind new participants to watch live stream. I still hear myself on YouTube, so I don't know how to stop it. Oh, maybe. Usually I end the summit. So pardon me while my technology skills bite me in the butt. Stop. Stop. Go over here. Content. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Okay. So, let's go back now and start the Q&A. So, let's go to the next slide. How many people are still here? How do I get the gallery mode? I tell you, I am so confused with participants. There's 4. Okay. I'm not going to record it because there's not that many of you here. And I don't know how to get into gallery mode for some reason. I don't know what the heck is going on. Let me go full screen, maybe in full screen. Usually there's a thing up here that, oh, shoot, I closed Zoom. I didn't want to do that. What happened? Okay. I think I screwed myself up. I can't get back into Zoom. Oh, here. It's over here. Okay, this is really weird. My computer is acting up. I'm sorry about that. Let's see if, oh my God, there I am. Okay, so if you have a question, just unmute and ask your question. I'm not going to record it.